Hey, non-freshman. I saw you were also on Six's stream. I was already planning on doing this. I feel a little bad streaming over Six's Donathon, so I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna raid Six at the end of this. And feel free to hang out over there and give Six money as an alternative to being here and not giving me money. Because it's really unnecessary. Oh my god! I think I've seen this thing before. Hello, and a happy Babby New Year. A happy Babby New Year to you as well, Kadu. This thing's not Babby. This thing is no longer baby. Now it wants power. Where have I seen this before? I know I was aware of this card, but I clearly haven't opened it before because it's first in my collection. Maybe I opened it in a Foundations draft before. Starting off with just a little pack opening, as we tend to do. Okay, yeah. Yeah, someone played this against me the other day. Progenitus is a funny card, hard to make work. Yeah, it's very, like... It's like a giant guy that they would have printed many years ago. Modern giant guys tend to be more practical than that. Spinner of Souls. I think I had this guy. He's pretty neat. Can't stay, just stopping by to say hello. Have a nice stream. Thank you, Pictrable. Thank you for stopping by. Fiend Artisan. This creature gets +1/+1 for each creature card in graveyard. X and a Schwingle. Tap and sacrifice another creature. And whenever a creature card mana value X or less, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay. Happy New Year's. Not yet, but I'm rooting for you. I appreciate it. One placeholder. Double Wooburg is a big ask in modern formats. Yes, I would think so. Well, also, it's a 10/10. Pro everything is nice, but there's still many things that remove it, and it has no... Well, I guess it has evasion insofar as nothing can block it. But... like, it doesn't have haste or anything, you know, that it doesn't do anything upon entering play, so it's very easy to invest in making that and then not have it end up mattering. Painful Quandary. Ah, okay, yes, I think I've seen this one before. And we saw this guy last time. Flametongue Kavu at home. Uncommon wild card for our troubles. Let's see. Yep. We've seen these guys. This guy I like a lot. Swiftblade Vindicator. Double strike, vigilance, trample. Interesting. It is fun to see a combination of abilities that makes a 1/1 for 2 different mana still viable and kind of good. Yeah. I mean, when you consider all of the, like, they were doing an event this past week. The midweek magic was you could freely play with the decks from some recent tournament, some Explorer event, and one of them was a red-black aggro deck with, like, I don't remember the names of the cards, but... the Bloomburrow stuff that triggers when you target it for the first time, like the one that gets counters and explodes when it dies, and nothing in the deck costs more than 3. Yes, I have gained an appreciation for the degree to which the early, like, make a guy pump it with additional value is actually quite viable now. So a 1/1 double strike trample vigilance for 2 fits pretty well in there. Fun. Looking forward to the weekend. All right. I don't want to go through too many of these packs. We need to save some for a treat for later. So let's just real quick check. Oh, that's okay. I looked at these earlier. These are all New Year's themed. Set of cards for art. They're all about partying and, you know, new season and stuff. The fun little unspoken unspoken theme. Yeah, Monastery Swiftspear. Monastery Swiftspear was at 4 in the deck that I just mentioned. Quite hell of a guy. Quite something. Let's see. So, yesterday, they were selling free money. They had a daily deal. I'm sorry. Hang on. This is not very attractive to do on a webcam. Okay, I got it. A little strand of something from lunch in my teeth. Yesterday, they were selling free money. They were selling draft token for only a 10% discount gems-wise on what it would cost to enter a premier draft, but a substantially larger discount gold-wise. So we saved a couple thousand gold if we use this for a premier draft at some point. What I think I'm gonna do, though... I think... Oh, okay, and these finally paid off. That's good. That means we've reset. So we'll be back down to baby mode. Alternate art for a braid. Or not alternate art, but the expanded art with camera angle, depth of field trickery. And some packs and some gold. Oh no, it only puts me down to silver. Oh, I'm just too good at the game. Let's... so we can either do... a premier draft of Pioneer Masters, a premier draft of Foundations, or a quick draft of Foundations. And we're not going to want to spend this on a quick draft. But I don't think this ever expires. Unless I am required to use it for the first draft I enter. No, okay, yeah, it doesn't even let you use it on a quick draft. I think I'll just do a quick draft, so that you know, we can take our time. We can marinate on it. Anything else I need to do first? No, I don't think so. Here's my money. Give me some cards, please. Rite of the Dragon Caller. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a Dagron. Well, that's pretty good if we actually have it. Instants and sorceries enough to expect to get value off of that. It's a bit of an upfront investment, and it's expensive. But that can certainly end the game if it gets to do its thing. Cat Collector, food spec, life gain spec, cat spec. Okay. Rhineborn Cutthroat. Kinda neat. Kinda neat. Just a decent little guy. Okay. Okay. I don't know. I think I've seen this card before, and I, like, craned my head sideways trying to figure out if this vampire was meant to have a specific apparent gender identity, but I couldn't determine it. But they're very gender, either way. Yep, Giant Bungler, and there's 4 uncommons for some reason. Dazzling Angel. Solid. Refute, Eaten Alive, Gutless Plunderer, Soul Shackled Zombie... Sure Strike is a trick. Okay. Well, I wouldn't say Eaten Alive is primo removal. It's not too bad, but like it's playable, but it's not really removal that's at first pick quality. There's some decent stuff in each color. If we really strongly wanted to force a particular color, we could get a decent pick no matter what here, but I mean, this is kind of the only standout. We could try building around this, you know, to the extent that such things are possible. Red will certainly supply us plenty of instants and sorceries that will be playable at a variety of mana costs. I think I might just go with this. This is funny. This would be neat to add to my collection. And I don't see anything else that shouts out to me as an amazing, like, uncommon or removal or anything. So yeah, we're gonna take this. See if we can make it work. Douse through, we got some white removal. An offer you can't refuse. Okay. Probably wouldn't play that. Seeker's Folly. Whoa. I had a little half burp I had to resolve during those words. Excuse me. This is a Mind Rot or -1/-1. When is control oh, okay, alright, yeah. This is kind of build around, but quite strong if you get it working. Offer is a fantastic counterspell. I mean, it doesn't look unplayable, but I think Negate, just counter-target non-creature spell, is already, like, fine, but not amazing in Limited. And this is, I mean, it costs 1 less. It's not worse than Negate, but it's not clearly better either. Especially if you do actually play it early and then you accelerate your opponent to get like a 5-drop on turn 3 off the treasures, or you uncolor screw them or something. I would not second pick it, at least. It doesn't look like that kind of card to me. That goes late. That goes late. What's the red card? Pretty bad. Gnarlid Colony goes late in Quick Draft. Yeah, there's not a lot here that's like, gotta take it or it'll be gone. Garruk's Uprising is another one you could build around. It doesn't really have any build around synergy with this, because this wants us to play as many creatures as possible, and this wants us to play things that are not creatures. So I don't think I want to second pick it here. We could just take Joust. Joust Through is the best removal here, I would say. We could take Vanguard Seraph, which is a phantom monster at worst. Life gain, if we were in black, if our first pick was black among non-white colors, this would be set up a little better, because I would expect black and white to be the colors that can most easily trigger this. Maybe green also, you know, with food and stuff. This is an instant or sorcery, so it does technically have a little more synergy. Yeah, I kind of think I'm gonna take one of these. Solid creature, excuse me, solid creature, evasion, occasional extra stuff. Just a good piece of spot removal, although damage is something we're gonna have anyway if we do end up in red. This is perhaps a little more splashable, even though it's cheap. You could splash this if you didn't have enough removal in your base colors. This is a pretty good creature, but not necessarily one you'd bother splashing for unless you were really shallow on good stuff otherwise. Oh, I'll probably go Joust Through here. Joust Through is also going to be a little better. Well, yeah, I was thinking in red-white's likely to lean aggressive. But that's not gonna work great with a 6-mana enchantment that then wants you to have saved stuff to play after it. Fuck it, I'll take Joust Through. It has synergy with this. I don't think either of these will table. We'll try this. And what am I passing? Not much, honestly. Kind of just this, and green has some okay stuff here. Everything else is kind of mid in this pack. Let's see what we've got. Another Joust Through. Mischievous Mystic. Draw card spec. It's also a 2/1 flying for 2. That's pretty solid. Ravenous... sorry, what are you again? Oh, yeah. Ravenous Amulet. 2 sacrifice creature. Draw a card and put a soul counter on the next bit as a sorcery. Sacrifice... Okay. Doesn't seem great unless you have stuff that synergizes with sacking it or, like, making tokens and stuff. That's a pretty decent combat trick. That thing goes super late. Lightshell Duo is solid. Firebrand Archer kind of has synergy with this insofar as they're both about casting non-creature spells. But I wouldn't say it's amazing. I might just take another Joust. I could take another Joust through. I could also take Mischievous Mystic. Have blue as an option, because blue-red would probably combo a little better with Rite of the Dragon Caller. And also, this is just a good, this is a aggressively costed, good evasive creature that can get you extra consequential advantage. Taking another Joust through doesn't commit us to another color, though, so there is that. We have not seen much good black, and we haven't really seen much good red since our initial stuff. It's looking like red may not be open to our right, which is unfortunate if that proves to be the case. Yeah, do I just want to non-committally stay white, or do I feel like trying to go for red-blue or something? These are the questions. Let's take another Joust through for now. Aetherize, Heartfire Immolator. Oh, that's pretty good. Quickstrider, Heir Apparent. Very funny if you can get enough of them. Big Fin Bouncer. Pretty good tempo card. I think I'll take this, probably. This is a solid body that can also kill something. Like, yeah. Yeah. Divine Resilience. Target creature you control gains indestructible. If the spell was kicked instead, any number of target creatures you control gain indestructible. Pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty goob. Imprisoned in the Moon. This fucking thing. Not last time I played Foundations, but the time before, someone used this on one of my lands, which is not normally what you'd play this on. Just to try and color screw me, because it was the only one of that color I had. Very funny card. Very funny card. Exsanguinate. Neat. Icewind Elemental. Icewind Dale. Spitfire Lagak is, like, fine. He's very nearly a vanilla 3/4 for 4. Heir Apparent is your beloathed in paper. You want to do stupid, silly decks, but they're all like $3 to $4 a card. Is Heir Apparent that expensive? Is it an uncommon? Am I stupid? I assumed it was common. Just because otherwise you would, like, never be able to make it work in limited. We still don't really know quite what's going on here. I don't think this is not bad, but this is a very specific trick. Getting a lot of value out of this is not very easy. And it's also expensive to, if you're holding it back to play with Kicker, that's a lot to hold back for a trick. So I don't think, in our white and red options are really not very inspiring here. Black, I've seen, like, no good cards until now. Blue might plausibly still be open. I think I'll probably grab this Icewind Elemental, because I'd be happy to play that in blue-red. Hair is a common. Card Kingdom currently sells them for $7 a card? Jeez. I mean, I suppose those cards do have a uniquely... They have a unique economic proposition in that having 4 of them does not mean you never need any more for any reason other than, like, aesthetics. So I guess I kind of understand, but God, that's crazy. Okay, Courageous Goblin, Fanatical Firebrand, another Spitfire. Arcane Epiphany, again, good if we're in red-blue. Definitely not something we're going to play if we're not significantly in blue. Courageous Goblin doesn't work great outside of red-green, to be honest. At least, it's not going to be a 3-2 menace super often outside of green. Might just take the Arcane Epiphany, because we might pivot into blue-red, and we could potentially still splash for the Joust-throughs. If our early picks were very aggressive, then maybe Courageous Goblin, but they're not particularly. Joust-through is actually not great for an aggressive deck, because if you have to use it to remove a blocker, they still got to block. It's better if you're using it to kill off early attackers. The Courageous Goblin, I think, is perfectly pickable. It's a Grizzly Bear. It has a relevant effect. But I think I'm going to take this in case red-blue really is open. Revenge of the Rats, Burnished Heart. That's pretty good for acceleration and fixing. Erudite Wizard, cool if you can reliably trigger it. Pretty underwhelming otherwise. Thrill of Possibility is perfectly nice. Elf-Sworn Giant, pretty good. Goldvein pick. Probably take Thrill of Possibility here. Or Burnished Heart. Burnished Heart is not bad. That's big boy acceleration. You're probably using your turn 3 and 4 on this is the main downside. And if they just kill it with a shock or something before you can activate it, it was a Gray Ogre. So it's pretty bad for tempo, but Thrill of Possibility is nice because we already know we like instants and sorceries. And it helps fix you. It helps you avoid getting mana screwed or mana flooded, color screwed, as long as you have enough red to find the red for it. Heart, though, could be very nice to have, especially if we do end up splashing. I think I'll take the Heart. It's a little more, it's a little, like, less specific to where we end up, other than not really wanting to be played in a very, very aggressive deck. Okay, we got some good blue here. Oh, we've also got a nice piece of mana fixing if we did want to splash white. And we've got a Threaten, which is pretty good. And it is an instant or sorcery. It's not quite as good in a slower deck. This is great if you've got an aggressive curve, turns 1 through 3, and then you slap this down on turn 4 and remove a blocker and turn it into an attacker. The tempo is horribly punishing off of that. Do I want Lightshell Duo or Strix Lookout or this? Yeah, there's a lot of... I would probably, if I could, I would just take this pack and move on to pack 2. Both pretty good. And this quite good if we wind up wanting to splash. It's a shame that this is not a wizard. I don't know how many wizards there are that Arcane Epiphany can find. The color situation is still not super clear, so I don't think I want to very highly prioritize Tranquil Cove. I think... like, at this point, it's still possible we could abandon red and go into white-blue control if red is just not coming. Because we can't splash right of the Dragon Caller. And we haven't seen any decent burn. I think, Lightshell Duo is really is quite a solid mid-game thing. I think I'm gonna go Strix Lookout, though. This is nice to have on turn 2 for curve purposes, and it's still a fine top deck later in the game because it's a looter. So it lets you look at 2 cards a turn following drawing that. Lightshield Duo is a good later game top deck as well, I suppose. And it can plink for a little damage. I'm not sure if that's correct between these two, but I'm concerned about curve, so I will take the Strix Lookout. Sure Strike is fine. It's a perfectly good combat trick. I don't know if we're gonna... I don't know if we're in red, and we're not gonna splash for Sure Strike. B, it's better if you're aggressive, I would say. So I think I'm just gonna take this Evolving Wilds. Okay, that's still here. We could take that this time. I don't think I want to play Incinerating Blast. We could take Campus Guide. With that and Evolving Wilds and Burnished Heart, it's very easy for us to get away with a splash. This is fine, I guess. But no, I think we're gonna stick with this. Venturing Gear, Ravenous Amulet, Firebrand Archer. We don't really want 2 Campus Guide. I guess I'll take the Firebrand Archer. If we do stick with blue-red, that's curve, and it's good with instants and sorceries. In a relative sense, anyway. Which of these would I want more if I opened a green bomb and had to hard pivot into green? Probably this? Yeah. Clearly you take the basic swamp here. Yeah. Oh, last pick, Lagac. Mossborn Hydra. Ah, yeah, this guy's funny. He's pretty good. I don't know if he's good enough to make me pick him and try and switch into green. I mean, he's insane if he goes unchecked, of course. He is, as a initially 1/1 for 3, he's pretty easy to check. But... It's a good one. It's a good one for sure. Youthful Valkyrie. That is Angel spec. We don't have any other Angels. We don't know if we're playing white mainly or just like splashing it or what. Inspiration from Beyond. That's neat. That's way too slow, I think, for limited. 3 mana sorcery. Maybe get... I guess you usually will get. I mean, yeah. It's... Right. Okay, so you don't have to return one of the cards you milled. You mill 3, you could return something that was already there. But, like... That's nice. I mean, it technically, in red-blue and with Rite of the Dragon Caller, that actually works great. That's got a lot of synergy, but, like... It's hard for me to imagine having time to play this. That we do have 2 Joust Through this can find. That's worth keeping in mind. I don't think that's gonna get picked super early. This has a decent chance to table. Another one of these guys. Those are fine. Refute is fine. That guy's fine. I don't know, man. I don't know. 2/2 prowess for 2 with the, like, this is quite a good card. Quite a good card. If we already had a great curve and I was confident we didn't have any trouble staying alive early, this would be great if we knew for sure we were in red-blue, like, instants and sorceries, making dragons and doing funny shit. But this, I feel like this is just too likely to be like, well, I'm gonna play this, and then my opponent's turn, they're gonna swing for 6, and I'm gonna be like, I wish I did something that mattered on my turn. I think I'm probably gonna take the Heartfire Immolator here. Or I could just, you know, say what the fuck ever and take Mossborn Hydra. This guy's neat. Like, I like him. But, like, damn, man. I don't think I want to try and... I don't think I want to get indecisive about a fourth potential color here. I think I'm just going to take another Heartfire Immolator. The downside of these guys is we're not going to want to splash these if we do end up in, like, blue-white. But we've barely seen any good white other than the first couple picks last pack. We got our Joust Throughs, and then never saw any more good white cards. Yeah, okay, we'll take this. A second, you say? Very intriguing. Okay. That's a fine creature. Juggernaut's good. That's Banishing Light. That's great. Yeah, okay. Well, here's the good white that we were missing. Gorehorn Raider, also pretty good. As we saw last time we played. Oh, man. Funny as fuck. I mean, having two of these does mean it's more plausible for us to build around it. I'd kind of like to just take the Banishing Light. But, like, this is so funny. I think we have to do this. I think we're government mandated. It's the law. We have to try this stupid shit. I don't know how we... I don't know how you build around this and live. I mean, it's not complicated how you build around it. It's more like, I don't know how you get to turn 6, drop this, and still have... I don't know. I guess we need to be able to live until then. We have some guy. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, sure. Fine. Whatever. We'll try it. I don't know if this is workable, but we'll go for it. Okay. Yeah, that guy's fine. We ball. We do. Aegis Turtle, Big Fin Bouncer, Mocking Sprite, Axe Guard, Fanatical Firebrand. I wish I had a clearer idea what colors we're in. We don't have anything we really want to splash from blue right now. Maybe Icewind Elemental, but that's suspect. Big Fin Bouncer's pretty decent. He's good for tempo. He has a meaningful body. Mocking Sprite is cool. We don't actually have a huge number of instants and sorceries yet, and Joust Through already only costs 1. So I don't think we go Mocking Sprite here. I think we go Big Fin Bouncer. I gotta say, my biggest concern is I actually don't think blue has very good instants and sorceries at common in this set. It's got a lot of overcosted stuff. And we have not seen, like, any burn. I don't know where all the burn is. Someone else is taking it. But we'll try it. We'll try it. We'll go Big Fin Bouncer, and I think we're gonna try and commit to red-blue, possibly with the whites. Probably with the white splash, because we can pull it off. Cephalid Ink Mage. When this enters Surveil 3, that's not too bad. A little bit of mana fixing. Not something we splash from white. That we can splash from white. And we probably will. This is quite decent. This fixes between our two main colors, which is nice. But if we've already got Evolving Wilds and Burnished Heart, and we also have a Campus Guide, don't we? We probably don't super need to worry about red-blue fixing. This is also nice. But yeah, I think we take Luminous Rebuke here. So funny that we're in red, and right now it looks like we are splashing white for removal. But sometimes that's the world you're living in, you know? Exsanguinate, Dreadwing Scavenger, another Heart, Armasaur Guide. That's a pretty decent one. Maybe we'll take this. It's not super great for our strategy. I don't... 2 Elks... 2 Elks certainly gives us lots of mana extension and fixing, but, like... the deviled egg. The devil on your shoulder and the other, eviler devil on the other side. Yeah. I'm not going to attack with a lot of creatures. We're probably not going to trigger this. Probably involuntary employment here. Or a second heart. I mean, second heart certainly... The acceleration does help. It gets us to this earlier. And our curve is not terrible. We have some things we can do, so we won't just be sitting there with our dick in our hands, hoping to put more lands into play before we die. It's hard. This is a sorcery, and it's a pretty good one. It's just not very control-friendly. If it were an instant, you could grab an attacker, block another attacker, and that would be great, but this is not a Ray of Command. This is a Threaten. It's good for alpha striking, but, like, what do we need help alpha striking for when we have 2 Rite of the Dragon Call? Like, that's our late game. We're not banking on threatening something and just barely punching through for enough damage to finish our opponent off. I don't know if we're gonna play both, but I'll take a second heart, I think. Okay. That's a solid red creature. It's kind of an aggressive one, but it's not too bad. Vigilance. That's a better defensive creature. But not one we want to splash for. We can't splash red, because that's double red on right. So... I mean, I guess it's still possible we could ignore blue altogether and go red-white, but we don't have much in white other than these removal spells. We'll just take this. It's a solid creature. It's a trained Armadon. It can let us go aggressive if we actually have reason to. This is actually pretty okay. This is like the best deck ever for Fleeting Distraction because of these, but we don't need to pick it here. We will easily... Hang on, how many other cards are there? Is there enough for this to table? No, we might not see this again. But, like, you can easily get this 14th or 15th pick, so there's no need to take it here. We'll take this. Guarded Air. 1/1 lifelink that brings 2 3/3s with it. Okay. The sexy gender ambiguous vampire again. Another erudite wizard. Another Icewind Elemental. I'm thinking Icewind Elemental. Erudite Wizard is maybe a little better for curve purposes. Just getting a 2/3 out on turn 3 might help stall. I'd be a little sad if we had to play it, to be honest. I guess Strix Lookout does go well with it, as does Icewind Elemental. What else? Do we have anything else that draws right now? We got Strix. We've got Icewind Elemental, we've got Arcane Epiphany. Oh, he is a wizard for Arcane Epiphany, that's true. Yeah, for curve purposes, I think Icewind is a much better card than this, but we know we're curving up to 2 Rite of the Dragon Caller, and we've got 2 other things at 5 right now, so actually, yeah, I think we will take the Erudite Wizard. Another offer you can't refuse. Bolt Wave. That's burn. It's not burn that works well in this deck. Oh, okay. All right. Here's some decent stuff. Elementalist Adept, pretty decent creature. Refute, an instant, that, I mean, yeah, it's counter magic. It's got a nice extra effect, one that is also good with Erudite Wizard. Elementalist is better for curve. We're actually not too bad at our 2 slot, though. We might play Archer, we might not, but we've got 2 Immolator, the Campus Guide, the Strix Lookout. Refute has a bit of an anti-synergy curve-wise with Burnished Heart, I would say. Well, I mean, we can sack this at instant speed, so I guess we're not committed to using the second set of 3 mana on that. Not great with Erudite, since it'll only proc Erudite if you play it on your turn. Oh, fuck, you're right. Yeah, that's true. This is also a wizard for Arcane Epiphany. I'm a little concerned that we just don't have enough instants and sorceries yet for our dragon enchantment, though, considering that's what we're quasi-building around. Because most of the instants and sorceries we want to play are removal. And, like, we're not gonna sit on Joust through because we're like, oh, I gotta save it until I have Rite of the Dragon Caller. Like, we need this to live. And we may need this as well. We may need this as well. Yeah, I think Elementalist Adept is a better card, but again, also, I think here, for what we've got going so far, we want to take the Refute. Okay, maybe now I can take Inspiration from Beyond. I could also take a second Refute or Fleeting Flight. Maybe now I can actually get away with Inspiration from Beyond. A second Refute would not be bad either. This is a great one to have if we actually get to the late game. If we get to the late game, this is a minimum of 2, assuming we have a thing to return off this. Each cast of this is a minimum 2 additional instants and sorceries that are going to get played. So if we draw this, then we're set for making dragons, probably, for the rest of a game. Yeah, we'll try it. It might be a little high-rolly. Juggernaut's still here. That's kind of interesting. Aegis Turtle, hilariously, might be okay for us. Uncharted Voyage is not great. But it is an instant or sorcery. And it's not worthless. It is okay for tempo. Juggernaut, quite a solid thing. Not great when we're not if we're, you know, going more control-y. Uncharted Voyage goes super late. Like, we can probably get this later if we want it. Oh no. We're not gonna splash this. Probably. A shame, but... yeah, Juggernaut doesn't really have any synergy with our deck, annoyingly. And Uncharted Voyage kind of does. Yeah, okay, we'll take Uncharted Voyage. Inspiring Call, Aegis Turtle, Axeguard Cavalry. Axeguard Cavalry is kind of funny because it does let us give a dragon haste, as we saw in our previous game. I would feel really bad about my life if I ended up having to play Aegis Turtle, TBH. It's not actually a terrible pick for us, but I think I'd rather have Axeguard. It can trade with something. This is committed to exactly one game plan, which is please don't hurt me. This has a little more versatility. Oh, hey, this tabled. Yeah, we'll take that. If you squint, Turtle is pacifism. You have to squint pretty fucking hard there. Legitimately, I'm considering whether I just want to unlock... you know what? Yeah, I might just unlock this Plains art by taking this. This is a real card. It's not a very good one, especially because there's no multiplayer on Arena. Fuck it, I'll take a Plains Art. Ah, we didn't manage to table the stupid -1, -0 thing. Okay, what do we got? Sky Knight Squire. Whenever another creature you control enters, he embiggens, and once he gets big enough, he becomes a flying knight. That's pretty cool. Doesn't really do anything in our deck. This is a 3/2 who makes a food, and then thereby makes a cat, so this isn't even, like, this is actually pretty good value. I don't know that it's worth splashing, though. Zombify, not for us. Dwynen, not for us. Dazzling Angel, another Refute, another Uncharted Voyage. Macabre Waltz. Where's the fucking burn? Give me an Abrade. Christ. Damn. These packs are kind of stinky. This is like the first time I've done a draft on here and been like, man, like I'm not seeing a lot of very good cards. God, I might take Cat Collector. I don't know if we're splashing. Well, no, if I'm taking something that I'm probably not playing, I'll take Sky Knight Squire, I guess. But, like, I'm not first picking either of these. I will easily have a chance to get one of them 9th pick. It could take Evolving Wilds. That is a card I would probably play, in fairness. The red cards are bad, the blue cards are fine. Fine and mediocre, respectively. Even the other colors don't really have great options here. Cat Collector would be good if I was in white and, you know, whatever. Firebrand's not bad either. Firebrand's okay, I guess. It's very low impact. And it being a 1/1 haste for 1 curve-wise does not help me, really. It doesn't contribute to my game plan of living until turn 6 to cast that. Yeah, I think it's either Evolving Wilds, which in fairness I would probably play. But I've got 2... I don't know if I'm playing both Hearts, but... I suppose having a second Wilds does make it easier for me to get early white. I might just rare draft the Sky Knight Squire, though. Refute is also here. Refute's probably the pick if I want both of these. And these would probably be fine. But, like, where have my life choices led me if I'm playing 2 Uncharted Voyage? Nowhere good, I feel. 2 Refute, I'd be perfectly happy to play. But the first pick... it's just kind of depressing. Yeah, I'm rare drafting. Fuck it. None of these help me so much that I care to, you know, invest in them. What are we looking at here? We got Tiny Bones. Which version are you? Right, yeah, okay. Someone played that against me. I mean, we're not playing that, but he is there if we want a rare draft. The white is not splashable. Frenzied Goblin is not the right kind of red card for us. There is still no burn. Probably Witness Protection. Finally get some removal that isn't white. This goes shockingly late in the AI draft, I've found. Like, I've gotten this, like, 13th pick. Which seems insane to me. This seems really good. Yeah, I think we take that, and we'll probably see Refute. The fuck is this? Banner of Kinship. Oh, okay. It's a coat of arms variant, sort of. That doesn't do anything for us, unfortunately. Micromancer. We do have another shot at this. It searches Joust through. Another Heir Apparent, Light Shell Duo, Talarian Terror, Sower of Chaos. Probably either Light Shell Duo or Micromancer. It is cool that this actively pluses me, rather than just surveilling. But they're both quite good. They fill similar purposes. Searching for an instant or sorcery is also nice, because we want to find them for this. It's possible to draw this after having drawn both Joust through, in which case this is just a badly costed thing, whereas this is never gonna be bad. I think I'd pick this if I had one more. If I had only been, if I'd only tabled that fucking -1, -0 card, then I think Micromancer would be the pick. I'm gonna go Light Shell Duo, I think. It's just a little less conditional in its goodness. Another Ink Mage. Oh, a Banishing Light. We're probably taking that. Oh, and there's a decent sorcery, or instant sorcery. Damn it, why are all the good cards in the same pack, and then I get these packs that are just stinky poo-poo? Alright, Banishing Light. How many instant sorceries do we have? That is a fine question. Not as many as I'd like. Let's see. We got 2 Joust through. We've got... Inspiration from Beyond, Refute, Uncharted Voyage, Luminous Rebuke, Arcane Epiphany. We have 7 right now. And admittedly, we can't play a whole lot more than that, period, in all likelihood, because we need to play a lot of creatures still. It's just a shame that our removal suite is not red instants and sorceries focused. But I'm gonna take the Banishing Light. Essence Scatter. There's a playable instant or sorcery. A Luminous Rebuke. That might be better. Oh! Oh, God. Am I really gonna pass Luminous Rebuke for Think Twice? I might have to. Think Twice is, like, the perfect card for us. Oh, that's so good for our deck. Why is it here with this? Why couldn't this have been in the fucking pack where it was like, do I second pick Refute? Oh, that's frustrating. They're both instants and sorceries. Card draw is card draw. Yeah, but removal is removal. Fuck, dude. Shit. Mutta assho. Ugh. I mean, I'm certainly not seeing either of these again, and probably not Essence Scatter either. This pack's probably gonna come back with, like, this in it, or Broken Wings. I don't know, it'll come back with Vampire Soul Caller, probably. Oh, man! I knew I should have stayed home today. Luminous Rebuke is Luminous Rebuke, but Think Twice could draw anything. It could even draw Luminous Rebuke! Oh, fucking heartbreaking, man. God, we're so close to just being like, we should just play white-blue, but we can't not play Rite of the Dragon Caller, because that's what we're building around. But we actually have so little good red, I'm mad that red is like our secondary color. Where was all the burn? I don't understand! 3 packs! And the only one we saw was that fucking 5-mana sorcery. Ugh. God, this is annoying. All right, we're gonna take we're gonna commit to our deck concept. Oh, that's good mana fixing. Thrill of Possibility. Another Witness Protection. Thrill of Possibility is the correct card again for what we're doing with our deck, but Witness Protection's really good. How do our creatures look? We're probably running Strix Lookout, Axe Guard, the Immolators, Campus Guide probably, Erudite Wizard. Oh, Think Twice also does help with Erudite Wizard a lot, in fairness. Erudite Wizard, Brazen Scourge, probably the Burnished Hearts, Big Fin Bouncer, Light Shot. We're actually pretty okay on creatures, even if you don't count Rite of the Dragon Caller as creatures. Yeah, I'm gonna take Witness Protection. So oh, okay. Well, I get a Thrill of Possibility anyway, probably. That's not for us. That's very funny. This doesn't have any synergy with anything we're doing, though. Let me make sure okay, so this you have to equip it at sorcery speed for 2. 1 tap fishing pole also. Put a bait counter on it. Whenever equipped creature becomes untapped, remove a bait counter, create a fish. Okay. So you don't unattach the equipment. You attach it once. And then the creature, it basically has 1 tap. Create a 1/1 at the start of your next turn. That is very funny. Is this good? I don't know. This is very... I keep saying this is very slow. It's actually not quite as slow as it reads on initial spec. From playing the fishing pole to activating the creature, it costs 4 mana to get your first creature, and then it's 1 mana per turn, plus committing one of your existing creatures to tapping. Yeah, that's not very good. It's in a slower format, I think this would actually be pretty good, but Modern Magic is not slow. Pretty much ever, from my experience. I think we're going to take Thrill of Possibility, because it fits our deck very well. Oh! That's a good card. Whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Drawing cards is a thing we do. He's also a wizard. Yeah, I think we probably take that. It's so annoying that in red-blue, 3 of our removal slots are enchantments. Yeah, I'll take this guy. The Refute did indeed table. I'm pretty sure we're taking it here, yeah. A third one. Probably not gonna run 3. Weird flying control deck. This is a janky motherfucker. This is way less straightforward and probably way less good than just the simple beatdown deck I was running before. But this is pretty funny. Yeah, I can't see myself running 3 Refute. It's not impossible. I'd run Sure Strike, so yeah, we'll take that. Tolarian Terror, Sower of Chaos, Campus Guide. I mean, this does kind of have synergy, but it's also a giant... It's a 5/5 that does have Ward, admittedly, but no other abilities of any consequence. And we don't need late game. Late game is spoken for us. We know what we're doing with our late game. I'm not very likely to play any of these, I don't think. I'll take Sower of Chaos because it's better for curve if we do need something to make that better. Not playing any of these. Just take the Broken Wings. Alright, this was a weird one. I don't know if this is gonna work, but we're gonna try. We got 2 Rite of the Dragon Caller, even if we eat shit and just fail out of this. We got 2 Rite of the Dragon Caller. And yes, I agree, K-Dude. These packs were probably the worst overall that I've seen in the drafts that I've played so far. And there was somehow no burn. We took Rite of the Dragon Caller first, we were in red from the beginning, and we never got past We never got past a playable burn spell, and we only got past, like, one unplayable burn spell. Which is kind of insane. And yeah, no, the other colors weren't... The other colors weren't even that much better. That's the crazy part. Even if I could go back to the beginning of this draft knowing what cards were gonna come, I would still probably end up with a worse deck than last week. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Let's see if we can steal some wins with this. With our silly, Rite of the Dragon Caller combo deck. Okay, so this is our build around. Get out of here, auto added lands. So that goes there. Let's see. What's our order of priorities here? We need instants and sorcery. I think I could go like kind of by category of cards, but I think I'm better off going by like descending order of cards being good. Let's see. We've got this core of blue creatures that has some general synergy with drawing cards. The Clinquant Sky Mage and the Erudite Wizard. And then our various things that draw. And then we've got a bunch of pretty bad red cards that we don't even really want to be playing, but we don't really have a choice if we want to play this. And then we've got a really good white removal suite. Okay, let's... I think the actual core of the deck, though, mainly is the blue stuff. In terms of the stuff that actively works together. So we're gonna go that, this. We need that for tempo. I don't know if we're gonna play both of these, but we'll play at least one. We'll play this. Play the witness protections. It's so funny. I wonder if we just play white-blue with Rite of the Dragon Caller as a double red splash. I think we need the other red stuff for curve, though. Like, I think we need the Heartfire Immolators. They're grizzly bears, and they can kill something. I think we play... Play at least one of that, assuming we're doing the white splash. If we put in the white removal, those for sure. These are instant sorceries, so we should be playing these. Yeah. What does our curve look like? Our curve is actually not terrible. The Joust Throughs are not getting played on turn 1. How many creatures do we have? 8. Yeah, this is the difficult position we find ourselves in. I think we have to play creatures from here on out. I don't know. I don't think we can even play Refute and Uncharted Voyage, but that leaves us really low on instants and sorceries. 5 instants, 1 sorcery. The good news is Think Twice and Inspiration from Beyond, there's really no problem with just holding them until later in the game. Like, you'd prefer to cycle Think Twice if you have the mana. But, like, there's nothing that means you need to play Inspiration early or Think Twice early. And these two cards with a single right give us a game-defining advantage. So there is an extent to which it's not awful if we're instant and sorcery light on paper. But ugh. Did you really run both right? I don't think I have a choice. This deck doesn't really have much of a win condition if I don't run both rights. Because my creature loadout's very, very meager. Like, my win condition at that point is hope that Clinquant Sky Mage goes fucking crazy. My deck is pretty much just Rite of the Dragoncaller Turbo. For that reason, I guess I do have to run Thrill of Possibility. I need to dig to find this. And then this is also good if it's already there. Deck feels jank in a bad way. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're going to go that. We're going to go Light Shell Duo, because again, Surveil, we're finding it. And either Brazen Scourge or a second Icewind Elemental. An Icewind Dale. Look at this fucking red. 2 Immolator, 1 Thrill of Possibility, 2 Rite of the Dragoncaller. Or we could play the second Burnished Heart. Thin lands out of our deck, accelerate, mana fix. But I think, given what we have in blue, the stuff that combos with draw cards, we might want to play the Icewind Elemental. It also is a consequential body if we don't have right, and it does help us find right. You lose to getting run over or your opponent dropping a bomb. Yeah, kind of. Or we just play Refute. As a removal spell, quote unquote. Alright, I'm gonna put in a Refute. To help stall and hopefully find right and have something else to proc right when we have it in play. Yeah, this deck is not good. But we'll do our best. Oh, that's only 22. Yeah, I've got enough draw power. I can afford to run another card after that. Miscounted. I might run the second Burnished Heart. Just as a, for the love of God, let me find my white mana so that I can kill something. Or just a creature of consequence, like Brazen Scourge or something. Axeguard Cavalry, even, just for curve purposes. And for dragon synergy, I suppose. Yeah, I think it's between Burnished Heart and some cheap red card. Probably Axeguard. Firebrand Archer will probably be able to ping for a few points if it lives. Out of my 22 cards, yeah, there's 13 things that proc it right now. But early damage doesn't really matter for me since I'm hoping to win the game by creating multiple 5/5 flyers. We'll go Axeguard Cavalry, just for curve. All right. So this is a bit wretched, but we'll see if we can get a few wins with it. You know what? I'm okay with this because my expectations are lowered. Now, if I actually get a few wins, I'll feel fine. And if I just get ass-mastered, then I'll be like, yeah, that was probably what was going to happen. At least this was quick draft, where the cost and the prizes are less. So if we eat shit and die, it won't matter as much. Okay, so got our... Oh, actually, no, hang on. Fuck Axguard Cavalry. I need the Campus Guide for mana fixing. That's right. I knew there was something I was forgetting. Okay. Campus Guide, Burnished Heart, Evolving Wilds. We have to hope that's enough mana fixing. Blue is the color we can least afford to not have. 1, 2, 3. How are we on mana symbols? Yeah, we are overwhelmingly blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tom when the curve is a bit wretched. I'm not Tom champing internally. Internally, I am Tom grimacing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six, 1, 2, I think. Weird fucking splash, but that gives us 5 ways to find white mana. That's hopefully gonna be enough. I see now there's... Yeah, there's the most important emote. Woodchopper. You should use it whenever you're feeling... you know, fun and fancy-free. Alright, our draft deck is representing America. It's not gonna go well. I wonder if I want a 9th island. I'm so utterly boned if I don't have blue mana compared to these other 2 colors. Maybe I go down to 1 plains. I think I will, actually, yeah. 9th island, and, oh, you know what? Let's have a little fun. Let's have a little fun. We can, let's choose our basic land arts. We have many, many options. Ooh, this is kind of neat. I don't even know where most of these came from, if I started with them. I guess they're probably the planes from the various starter decks that you get for free. I like the color palette of this one. We'll go with that. We'll go with... What island? Oh, that's kind of nice. Aw, flower. Flower. Fountain. Egg. Oh, I like that. Use that one, it's a little gay. Yeah. Here, we'll go for all slightly gay lands. Here, this one is showing off its hole. We had 9 of those. And then mountains. Let's find a gay little mountain. Erect cock against this very square-tipped. Ooh, this one's really pink. Yeah, let's go with this. Bottom Prep Island. Happy Pride Month? Pride Month never stops. Alright. Let's go. Oh, man. Alright, we're redefining victory to be... Let's see if we can get our deck to do its thing at least once before we lose 3 times. Actually, this is fine, because we have the mana fixing to find both our other colors. Kind of slow, but... Oh, if only that were in my deck. Okay. Go ahead. We'll Campus Guide for a Plains, probably. Oh, we're same colors. Oh. Alright, Evolving Wilds, you merry prankster showing up now. Campus guide. Yeah, let's find a plains. We wearing the same dress? I have no reason at present to think that this guy is running Dragon Enchantment Turbo. Let's see. I think we'll keep our 2-1 back to trade with his 3-2, and we'll play the Burnished Heart. And now we fucking wait and hope. We've got 3 removal spells and nothing else that does anything. We're really hoping to draw a card that matters. That's not a card that matters. We don't need to remove anything on his board right now, so we're just gonna play Evolving Wilds and pass. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I'll try. Hit me with your best shot. Fire away. Okay. Whenever you cast a non-creature or dragon spell, deals 1 damage to each opponent. Where was this guy for me? Where's my fire spitter whelp, huh? Alright. Let's get some lands. We don't need a second plains. We're just gonna get, we're gonna get 2 mountains off of that. And then we'll Evolving Wilds for, I don't know, just another island, I guess? Sure. Come on, man. I just removed I've removed 4 lands from my deck already. Well, what do we want to do about this? I think that, yeah, no. I don't care. Go ahead. We'll probably joust through one of them if he attacks with both. See if we can kill one. Sure. Can I kill your this? Lovely. And I'll take some damage. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna die if we just let that beat me silly, so I guess we Witness Protection this. This hits any non-land permanent, right? Yeah, we'll go for Witness Protection on this guy. Legitimate business person. These mountains are not innocent, you are correct. Yeah, I'll take 3. Oh, hey, that's a good guy. Some days, man. Some days. I mean, the reality is, I could have had a way better deck than I have, and I would still lose to drawing this many lands in this many cards. I am at 11 lands? Solidly, like, 60% of my lands. Do we play? I don't think there's anything I can draw, so I'm just gonna concede. He's probably like, what the fuck was in his hand? This deck, yeah, no, this is when you just, you go to play your first game and you put your cards together, but you had, like, piled them all out to the different types, and you, like, only riffled them a couple times and forgot to, like, forgot to pile shuffle them. So that was 12 lands. And we hit Campus Guide and Burnished Heart and an Evolving Wilds. We had an Evolving Wilds that was no longer in play. So actually, we saw 13 of our 17 lands there. Oh, man. That's... Yeah, no. Even if it had been that last week's deck, which was, you know, one of our decks that we got 7 wins with, nothing is surviving drawing... what did I say? 13? 15? Anyway, it was a lot. That will happen sometimes. Sometimes RNG likes to play a merry prank. No ping on surprise round. No, I did not ping surprise round because I did not want to draw people away from Six's Donathon stream. I will be rating that at the end of this for sure. Hello. Given this deck, that raid may come soon. Don't take that attitude with me, young man. Or young person, I don't know. Ooh, that's an awesome plains. Spacelands, yo! I'm gonna nice that. Okay. Frenzied Goblin. Let's play this guy. With, sadly, nothing to activate him yet. But we've got a 2-3. Depending on what he goes for here. When you gain life... Okay, there's no urgency in getting that out of play. So we'll go for Light Shell Duo. We've got both our rights. We've got our Miranda rights. I mean, we need to get to them. I'm not super thrilled at the notion of drawing more lands right now. We don't have a second mountain yet either. Now, we'll throw away that island. I guess we'll keep that on top. And we will not attack. The OG, yeah, with tap to add. Yeah, but surely those aren't on Arena. It's pretty cool. Sam Burley. Ooh. Interesting. No land. What are you up to over there, sir? What are you scheming? I mean, if no land, I probably will attack with the Light Shell Duo. Well, no, because that lets him attack with both his guys. No, I guess we're just gonna play this. They have the old arts, I think, but it's a buy with money thing. Gross. Yeah, we'll just pass here. He's in white-red. He'll probably kill this. Oh, well, I thought he was gonna just shoot that on instep. Yeah, getting 3 damage with this is not worth the damage we would take in exchange. Given that we have both these in our hand, we know we don't need to worry about getting damage in on him. Okay, I probably want to Witness Protection that. Campus Guide for a second mountain, question mark? Go to combat, and attack for 2. I think I have to Witness Protection that. I'm gonna take a lot of damage otherwise. So let's do that. And... yeah, okay, we'll Campus Guide for a second mountain. Even though I would like to use it to get white mana online. We have 2 rights, and we have nothing to proc them yet, because this deck is, like, 3-card combo the deck, but by gum, we're gonna do our best and hope that we live long enough to make something happen. Another one. Okay. Yep. Fly over for 3. Gonna kill my guy. Yeah. Okay. Gains a life too. Not bad. Not bad. Play a mountain. Do we big fin to bounce one of these? I think I will. I'm more concerned about tempo than anything else. And he could very easily have more ways to gain life in hand that make blocking with this a bit risky. A bit risque. Okay, well, we have the mana for this now. Yeah, I mean, I guess we slap this down. Now we need something that does something with this. We also need him to not have a disenchant. But we have a second one anyway, which is fucking funny. No, I don't think we're attacking. We know how we're winning this game, if we're winning it, and it's not by trading damage with our, like, 3 power creatures. Hey, that's a great draw. But you know what would make it even better? A second one! Alright, just don't kill me next turn, man. Be cool. Be cool. This is so fucking funny. Let me live one more turn. Let me live one more turn, please, I beg of you. No attacks. Be cool, man, be cool, man, be cool, man. Okay, yeah, he's like, oh, I'm not waiting around anymore. Okay, how do we want to do this? Probably the thing that most fucks me is, like, the spell that gives all his creatures +2/+0. Let's... Let's try this. There's a lot of ways I can get hosed here. Hopefully I can't get hosed badly enough that even making 2 dragons won't be good for me. Okay, that's what I expected. We blocked so that we're still trading these creatures. And we took a good amount of damage, but not a, like, fatal one. We don't actually have very many sorceries, so I think we just save this. We act like we're bluffing, I guess. Yeah, let's go to combat. Could draw into a creature or an enchant. This is true. But if I kill the creatures he's already got on board, the game is over, and he can't afford to not attack with them. Surprise drag. I think there's an argument to be made either way. Guard. If I were this guy, I'd be like, I can't believe this is happening. Let's see if we draw into a second instant that we can play right now. If we draw Think twice. No. Alright. Well, we can't have all the things we want. Block and block. He could still have stuff that helps him significantly here. Okay, yeah, that helps. Okay. Trade. I take a... no, that was still blocked. And my deck is still doing its best impression of my deck from last game. So I'm not even guaranteed to win this, but... He has to draw well, and we have to draw dead. That's pretty good. But not, like, amazing. I can't play that. Well, we'll see. There's many cards we can draw that help a lot. That's a good one. Yeah. He doesn't have any cards, so this is at least a guaranteed trade. Still not under a tremendous... Okay, that's the best card we could have possibly drawn. We don't even have to play it main phase. How funny. Okay. Unless he has enough burn to kill me from here. Like if he has an X burn spell, we should be fine. When you see it, you'll shit bricks. Yeah. Alright, well, we got to do the thing. We got to do the thing. We got our win, singular. I mean, fair play to him. By using all of his resources, he removed the 2 dragons I made with the first one. So that was a very losable game for me, in spite of how long that stalled out. This deck is awful. Holy shit, this deck is bad. We cannot do anything of consequence until we draw into this, and we have to get to 6 lands, 2 of them mountains, and play this, and have follow-up, and our opponent has to not have an answer to it, and they have to not kill us before we get there. This is really bad. This is really bad, and yet I keep thinking back to the draft, and I'm like, other than just abandoning this first pick and drafting a completely different deck in completely different colors, I actually don't know how much better we could have done. I don't feel like there were, on an individual card basis, lots of mistakes we made. I don't know, man. We'll see. We got 50 gems in a pack. Well, we have 1 of each land. Hey, wow, this almost has like a mana curve. It's got all 3 colors. Wow, this could do something. I tell you what, this hand could be going places. He could move to the big city. Yeah, let's make these tricks event. Wow, a real hand. I know, right? It's crazy. Don't understand. Discard cavalry. I don't... Do I just joust through that? Probably not immediately. I think I want to play the Evolving Wilds this turn, so that I have more mana next turn. Get a second island with that. Probably Evolving Wilds and then Think Twice. And we'll probably save the Think Twice in Graveyard so that I've got a backup plan for if I get my stuff. Yeah, I'll just take the damage. Ooh, what the fuck is this shit? At the beginning of your end step, if you attack this turn... Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a bunch of extra damage. I mean, I'm not sacrificing a non-life... Yeah, no. I'll lose the 3 life. Sure. You can resolve that. I will lose 3 life. And then let's sacrifice this. Go and find a second island. And then let's think this. Okay. These cards help. I wish Strix Lookout was a wizard bird. But we've got some pretty good stuff for not dying. Actually, know what the funny thing is? We could have Strix Lookout and discarded Think Twice, and it would have had the same net effect. Anyway, yeah, you can declare attackers. Okay, I'm gonna joust through this. And we'll let the 2 damage through. Burglar Rat. God, do I refute that? Feels kind of gross, but also I like my cards. And this at least denies him a body and lets me draw a card before I discard. Yeah, it's a wonky use of refute, but I think it's correct. Ooh. Yeah, we'll discard. It's a shame. That would be a great next turn play, but we've got our game plan now. I think we just build toward that. Let's go to combat and attack. Let's Erudite Wizard. Yeah. And we'll go for the block. He's got a pump spell or a burn spell. It's not the end of the world. Ooh, we're Dragon v Dragon. Let's go. Yeah, he's got my combo from last time. Yeah, I don't think I'll be blocking that. Gonna have to take some damage. Oh, that gets rid of the token. How nice. Yeah, I think we're just gonna do that. Because these guys aren't threatening on their own. Wish he was a shark pirate wizard. Get out of here. Zoop. And take one. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses one life. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll trade here. I'll actually keep the Erudite Wizard, because that's going to have better stats once I can do stuff that does that. I don't think I need the Luminous Rebuke. I think we go Heart, because that guarantees we're going to get into the mana for this. Yeah, let's go to combat and attack. And then play this. Of your end step, if you attack, create a food, sacrifice this enchantment. Okay, gotcha. I will need to watch out for that as a potential finisher. I think we pass back here, looking to well, we attack with the Strix, but he's coming tapped, right? Yeah, I'm not gonna greed by activating the Strix, hoping to find a land. We're just going to play it slow and simple for the moment. Okay. Island, mountain. Okay. To combat. Attack. Okay. This is check. He's got to pretty much move to kill me immediately, or this is gonna be game over with our hand being what it is. Holy fucking shit. First strike, trample, vigilance. Okay, but it, okay. Jesus, fuck. What the hell is happening? Okay. That's pretty good. It's got war to pay 7 life, so I'm not gonna be able to target it. Which means I'm gonna have to be able to make 2 dragons to deal with that. Yikes. Okay. And he's gonna get this, so he kills me next turn. If I don't chump to keep some life. Hang on. If I chump with boat, no. There's no way I can have enough life left to target it. Okay. So, yeah. I'm gonna need some stuff. I have to chump with something. Oh, does he have menace? Okay. Yeah, honestly, sure. Go ahead and block both. I can pay 7 to kill it, but no, I can't. I can't go that low because Midnight Snack can kill me, so I have to Luminous Rebuke that, And, well, I guess I get Vanishing Light, the Midnight Snack. I have to Luminous Rebuke that. And Think Twice. That makes 2 dragons, which lets me double block. Yeah, I think that's what we have to go for. 1, 2, 3, 4. I do have enough mana to do all of this, which is nice. Okay, so Luminous Rebuke, that. Has First Strike though? Fuck, I didn't notice that. Okay, that's a problem. Oh, geez, I might just be screwed then. I have plenty of time, though, to use my periods here. Flashback, Think Twice, see what I draw? Yeah. That doesn't help. Okay. Yeah, because I don't, without double white, I couldn't pay 7, rebuke that, and then get rid of the Midnight Snack. So I have to just do this here. No, I can't block like that. Yeah, I have to do this here, even though it doesn't actually result in it killing it as a first strike. So I pretty much lose here, but I don't know. Maybe I Arcane Epiphany into something that does something. Oh, right, it doesn't have Death Touch, so I get to keep a dragon. Okay, then I'm not completely hosed. Is he gonna go straight for this? Yes, he is. Okay, that's fine by me. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Oh, because that has lifelink. Okay. All right, then, yeah, no. I would have needed to be able to Banishing Light that also. So, yeah, no. I was not getting out of that. Damn. 1 turn was all I needed. Yeah, damn. Damn. Oh, I thought that game was in hand. Well, it also would have been... Sire wouldn't have been such an issue if he wasn't also able to give it haste. Because if he didn't have that first attack, I could have just eaten the ward cost to remove it with a Banishing Light. And he wouldn't have been in range to kill me. Damn. It's hard for me to immediately think of another card he could have had there. That's a little frustrating. Alright. Well, we'll try again. Wheelie 8. Okay. Hello. That's magic. That's magic, folks. Ooh, black. Okay. Yeah. Tarnished Heart. Up into Icewind Elemental. Or this. Possibly we take a turn out to play this so that it can start getting bigger ASAP. We'll see. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think I'll go for this guy. And... yep. The only good time to use that on this guy is when he doesn't already have counters. A take it a 1. Ooh, he's got some interesting... I think these are like Return to Ravnica or Murders at Karlov Manor or something. They've got a Ravnica-esque flavor about them. Okay. What do we want to do here? I think we just pass to use the heart. Because I don't desperately need to witness protection either of his guys. Yeah. And I think... Oh, that's right, I only have 1 plains. Okay, yeah, so I'll get an island and a plains with the heart. You can declare attackers. I'll take my 1. Interesting. He's in 3 color, and he's playing Strix Lookout, which makes it seem like blue's not a splash. That's not a very splashable card. Well, it's splashable in that it only has 1 blue in the cost, but you want it early. Oh, would you like to do something at instant speed? Nope. Okay. Let's see. Icewind Elemental, I think. How does it want to auto-pay that? Okay, yeah, it's leaving me blue and white, which is what I want. I was wondering if he was going to Essence Scatter me. Oh, another one. Yeah, I'll discard the Campus Guide. I've got all my colors. Four removal spells and a dream. 4 removal spells, only one of which triggers my enchantment, which I don't have anyway yet. Okay. Do I want to joust through something? I think I'm going to joust through his Strix Lookout, honestly. Yeah, anyway, I resolve that. If I joust through the Strix Lookout, he loses his filtering. Yeah, you can use it 1 more time. Twinkle Twonkle. No blocks, I'll take 1. Okay. Yeah, let's go to combat. Sure. Yeah, that can happen. I'm gonna joust through this as well, I think. Yeah. Because that's basically doing 2 damage and gaining him 1 every turn, so that's not good for racing. Yeah, I'll take the 4. Okay. Oh. It's a shame I don't have a, like, land to pitch to this. I'll probably sit on this for a second. Leave this back to block. Another one. Okay. I might actually have to remove these, depending on how many things he has that trigger them. Maybe do I discard a Witness Protection? That feels crazy, but I kind of need to find stuff that does stuff. No, I'm gonna wait 1 turn. Okay. Yeah, okay, we'll go Big Fin here. Got something on board. And... pass. Ooh, that's a scary boy. Too bad my hand is all removal spells. Lol, 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 lol. Yep. Okay, there's something to discard. Let's start with that. Alright. I see how it's gonna be. Okay, let's... This is Vanishing Light, this. Get him out of here. I don't want to deal with him. I could get in with Big Finn, but the pressure doesn't really do much for me, so... Oh, that'd be great if you still had that other guy. I might swing with the Firebrand archers here. I don't know. Oh, boy. We need to find our enchantment and instants and sorceries. We have things that help find them, though. Imprisoned in the moon! Okay. Block one. Okay. Okay. Let's... let's make you a 1/1. And let's play this. Okay. I think we witness protection the Strix also, which is not great, but like... We're in a top deck war, and we only have 8 life, so we can't really afford to take extra damage and let him filter cards. Oh, man. Okay. Hey, that's part of what we need. I might not even play this yet, because it's going to immediately spur him to action. And I can play... I have enough mana, I can play any instant or sorcery I draw, basically, after playing this on my turn, so I'm just gonna sit on this for now. Also helps insulate me if he plays, like, a Rats that makes me discard a card. Okay. Well, that might be the end of the game. Nope, he's gonna keep that back. Okay. We'll block, like... this. Trade? That could find an instant or a sorcery. That is a good one to draw. I will not draw it until my next turn. Yeah, I think now we need to play this. And hope we don't die. There's many, many things that will cause us to die, but if we don't die, we have a shot. Look at him with his magic orb. How's that not a wizard, I ask you? Okay. That doesn't kill me. Do we do this now to see if we draw other stuff? As much as I'd like the element of surprise, I think this time we do have to err on the side of hoping we draw creatures or something. Okay. Yeah, these help. Play this guy. We have mana back to counterspell. Do we attack with Light Shell Duo? I think we do. Because I don't have a lot of time to kill him. If I give him, like, he's got the Archer, he's got many things he can draw. It's kind of incumbent upon me to make something happen here. We refute that, make another dragon. Maybe he'll be demoralized and just scoop. Yeah! This deck is really bad. This deck needs so many things to go right. When you consider how like slow and how little most of our opponents are playing in these games, if you think about most of the decks we've ever had in draft, those are games we would just be like blowing them out, and instead they're like these knockdown, drag-out, knuckle-biting games. You're having harder games in Silver than I do in Platinum. Well, in fairness, it just reset, so everyone got pushed down a little. But Yeah, no. It's really funny. This, the draft did not help do me many favors with this, to be honest. But also, I think I have a better appreciation now of the extent to which this is a very hard card to build around in Limited. Certainly harder when you don't pull any burn spells. Eesh. I underestimated the extent to which this deck really doesn't do anything but sit around waiting for this. I don't think I will want to do a deck like this again in Limited. There aren't enough instants and sorceries that you actively want to play in the early game that, like, do stuff, and if you do play them all, you don't have them anymore for this. Awkward, weird, hard to build around. Crowbar, but it's spelled like Russell Crowe. I'm gonna assume until proven otherwise that our opponent is Russell Crowe. We are not keeping 3 mountains and no other lands. That's a little more keepable, yeah. I think we'll actually put a land back because we have Campus Guide. Did our opponent also mulligan? I think they did. Yeah, okay. Hello. So we'll Campus Guide for a mountain and see where we go from there. You got me good with that one, Ralph Bat. Do we Campus Guide for a land at all now? I don't know. I don't know if I even want to draw another land with this being my hand right now. I'll take a second island, I guess. Only run removal spells, no creatures. I don't think you cannot run creatures, though. Let's make the Heartfire. Ooh, this is another new style I haven't seen before. This is kind of neat. Got some sauce on it. Ah, okay. Okay, so if I block with both, he'll kill this first, but that's fine. Well, I assume he'll kill it with the Firebrand to keep his guy, but if he does that, that's not a big deal. Or he can finish this off, but then this would still die, so on board, his options don't look like anything I'm scared of. Yeah, okay, these are just gonna bounce off each other, and he could have killed that anyway, so that's fine. Ooh. Those guys are pretty something when they get going. Let's see. I don't think I want to Banishing Light them, but I might need to Witness Protection 1 to keep his clock manageable. Otherwise, I'm taking 3 damage a turn. I guess that's not actually that bad. And I'm still taking 2 damage a turn otherwise. Yeah, no, okay. We'll just, I can't do either of these at instant speed. Let's just think twice, main phase, see what we draw. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. I forgot he has prowess. Alright, well, I just gave up being able to kill one. Oops. I just totally forgot he had that ability. Okay, well, that was dumb. Oh, that's really bad. Okay. That's a nice fucking combo you have here, my friend. Ow. My most of me. The blockers. Yeah, see, if I was blocking and killing one, this would not be nearly as bad. Okay, we're not gonna sack on end step. I tell you what we are gonna do, though, is we're gonna fucking, fuck you. Get out of here. We have the flashback on Think twice so that we can block with this and kill these if he doesn't interrupt it somehow, which he could very well do, but, you know, we're gonna do our best. You may declare attackers, sir. That's fine. Yeah, I'll declare blockers. And I'll flashback Think twice. Shock in response? Nope. Okay, well, that's a good card to draw. Oh, he's a wizard. Neat. Why did you let that resolve? If you had done that before, now I can sack him in response to kill the other one. Should have done that earlier, man. Alright, well, now we're 1 for 1 in fuck-ups. That'll be good with this. Yeah, let's just play this. I'm gonna keep 2-3 cards in hand because there's a good number of things in black that make you discard 2, and I need to keep this. Yeah! I take more fucking damage from these tiny creatures. Plain Island. God. Do I have to Banishing Light something? Not yet. He's got a lot of cards left that I may need to use this on. We're gonna go for block into Epiphany. Yep. I hope he can't just deal 6 points of burn damage to me. That would be unfortunate. Ah, I lose 2 life, you say. Interesting. I don't enjoy it. I don't care for it, sir. Take it away. Well, Refute will help me not die. I need the heart to find more red mana. Let's see. When this creature enters... Okay, he doesn't do anything else. He's just a 4/2. I have 7 mana. I can play the heart and play Refute, but I can't block with the heart if I do that. Do I need to Banishing Light this? I don't think I can afford to. I think I have to hope that this plus Refute, that I'm not going to take more than 1 extra damage. 2 of the same mythic? Yeah, no. Early enough that I built around them. Unfortunately, building around them hasn't worked out great. Okay. I don't think he's playing around counter magic. If he is, hats off to him. He's fucking owned me. But I don't think that's the most likely to be the case. So let's get mountains. Okay. I'm not bouncing either of his creatures. That's for fucking sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9. Okay, I can play this and have enough mana to refute something. I still need to leave him back, though, because I can't refute without a target. So we're just going to play that and pass. But tap out to play a spell. Tap out to play a spell now! Tap out to play a spell now! Okay, I'll block like this. Tap out to play a spell, you say? Music to mine ears. That's not even very good, but I'll refute it anyway, because I want a dragon. Possibly I'll regret that. Right now, I don't need this. Okay, I need to kill him pretty fast. I'm dead to burn spells, pretty much. Yeah. We attack. And we've somehow got him on a 2-turn clock from 20-some life. Yeah, I don't think playing any of these does any... Well, I guess I can play this. Play a second one? Sure. Because I've still got Joust through mana, and I can't play that at instant speed anyway. A second one. Okay. Citizen! That's fucking hysterical. Well, we somehow won that one and ended the game with 3 5/5 dragons and a 10/10 Clinquant. Banner of Kinship naming Citizen. What a time to be alive. Okay. We've somehow managed to scrape together 3 wins, which is about 3 more than we deserve. Oh, man. Oh, man. Funny times, funny times. Let's keep going. Said, that's not very good. I said, yeah, but you're God. Aren't dragons kind of beneath you? He said, it's the principle. I said, do you want 5/5 dragons or not? The Strix Lookout actually makes this somewhat okay, but it's still not great. Still, this deck can get super bricky hands either way, so I think we're gonna try it. That's a little worrying as a first turn for my opponent. Hello. This helps a lot also. If I only could, I'd make a deal with God. Why? Where is this guy for my deck, huh? That's what I'd like to know. 2 avocados for $10. He'd say, that's not very good. I'd say, yeah, but you're God. Isn't money kind of beneath you? He'd say, it's the principle. I'd say, do you want avocados or not? Another one. Yeah, I mean, in observance of the fact that he could have an instant or sorcery spell, I'm gonna do this anyway, because I need to not get run over. Okay. Take some damage, and we do a little traderoo. Let's see. We'll go like this. Avocados for $10. He'd say that's not very good. He's like playing like a good version of my deck. Well, he is playing Crackling Cyclops, so calling a good version might be a little bit of a stretch, but. Okay. I mean, if I was gonna draw a land, I guess that's the one I want to draw. Can't discard that to Thrill of Possibility, that's for fucking sure. I'm gonna shock that? Nope. Didn't think so. Another one. Oh man, he's only got 1 card in his hand. But, a scary thing, nonetheless. Yeah, I can't block that. Do I keep my Burnished Heart? Literally, no. I have to hope that he doesn't just mega own me, and if he can, then having this and fewer lands is not gonna make me more likely to win. So we're gonna get, mountain, and another island. Oh, a land I could have. I'm gonna play that Campus Guide. I'm not gonna get a land. That is a 2/1 for the sake of having a 2/1. Decline, thank you. And we will pass our turn and draw some cards and hope that we don't die to this bullshit. He's got 1 card. Oh, okay. I'm not dead yet. Please don't counter this. Okay. Okay, these are some cards. The trample on this is what's really gonna fuck me, so I'd probably need to witness protection that. Witness protection, Heartfire Immolator, have Thrill of Possibility, I think is the play here. Unfortunately, without the extra red, I can't... Oh. Okay. Yeah. I mean, now is a great time for that to happen, given that it doesn't... These guys can't use their power. Okay. I'll play this land. It's probably the last one I'm gonna play for the foreseeable future. Yeah, we just pass on that. Hope that he doesn't draw. Like a burn spell or something. Okay, that's not a burn spell. Happy to see it. Going with those two. Yeah, I mean, I can't just leave this guy back. So yeah, we'll trade it for this, because that can ping me for 1, or something else for 1 whenever it wants. Yeah, end of turn. Let's thrill. Let's minimize the game accidentally. Discard that. Okay, that would have been better if I still had the Thrill of Possibility in my hand, but, you know, it's not the worst. Let's just make this guy, make the Big Fin Bouncer, because I need some board presence. There. The Love Tap is a little old combat where we can hit for 1. Surveil 1. Yeah, I don't think you want to attack with that, sir. That doesn't have flying anymore. God, do I fucking Witness Protection this to get rid of the Surveil? Probably not. What's my line to winning this game? Flyers or the Dragon Enchantment and not dying in the meantime? I think I'm gonna Witness Protection a Crackling Cyclops to minimize the amount of damage he can suddenly do if he finds shit. Getting rid of the Surveil, also arguably a good one. Okay, let's think twice main phase to get a counter on this. See if we can draw something. Nope, we sure can't. Play a mountain, and pass turn. It flooding in here. Oh no! He's got the power of thinking twice as well! And his actual, well, okay, I'm glad I Witnessed Protection to that one, Jesus. Ooh, okay. That's not bad in this, really, really gummed up board state. Yeah, you can declare attackers. Oh, really, you're not gonna. Okay. I'll flash back my thing. Oh no! I'm fucking stupid! I needed to wait till my turn, because that doesn't draw a second card. Ah! Okay, okay. Banishing Light something? God, this is silly. Yeah, Banishing Light something. I mean, I have a Refute. That's not nothing. Man, that's 2 misplays with Think Twice in across my games. A sad state of affairs. Oh, that's not great for me. I think we have to repeat that. Well, that is a card that I would like to have. This guy's gonna be a 6/4. because I fucked up with my Think Twice play before, I cannot... If this were a 4-5, I could trade with it. As it is, I have to trade both my creatures for it, which I think I'm gonna have to do. If he's got a burn spell, that could have ended really badly, but okay. We have one piece of the One Piece. Light Shell Duo. Let's see what we surveil into. God, that's funny. I'm pretty sure I surveil that away. I need an instant or a sorcery more than I need a second one. He's probably like, oh, whoa, why did he mill that? Oh, wait, what? Imagining my fucking opponent's reaction to the double right of the Dragon Caller is certainly one of the more fun parts of playing this. No! Okay, yeah, we'll trade. It's not an instant or a sorcery, but it's not a land either, so you know what? I'll take it. What a silly game. What a strange little man of a game. Oh no! That looks scary. Non-combat damage. You have no maximum hand size. Okay. Well, that doesn't do anything with my thing. I'm gonna have to just sit. It's coming at you with a knife. Oh my god, you're right. Alright, well... No! Imprisoned in the moon! My old arch nemesis! Alright, I need an instant or a sorcery. That's not one. Alright, well the good news is my fuck up with Think Twice didn't cost me the game, because having a Big Fin Bouncer left over would not have made a slightest bit of difference to that. Okay. I drew like all of the... I did draw quite a few lands again in that game, but... I mean, so that first game where I found like 15 of my 17 lands was obviously an extreme outlier where like almost any deck would struggle to do anything there. No, wait, I'm trying to look at... Show me the this. But the land heavy draws were definitely also made to look even worse because the individual non-land cards that I play in this deck are less impactful. I've got a lot of 1-for-1 removal, which is not bad. But I have very few cards that, like, can plausibly put together a winning scenario on their own without me getting to this. So I have to spend a lot more time waiting around to draw this. So I draw a lot more lands for that reason, too. But no, you're right. You know, I won't talk myself down completely. I did not have great draw luck in several of those games. But 3 wins, realistically, that's probably the most we could reasonably expect with this. A little sad. This is my first sub-5 wins draft. I think my first time not making my money back. But we got to try something new. And it turned out this is not very easy to build around in Limited. You'd think red-blue would be the easiest one to build around for this. But this is so expensive, you have to wait around so long to get this online, that you will rarely be afforded the privilege to still have unplayed instants and sorceries by the time you get here. And then, yeah, no, it is also reasonable to say that the draft really did not cooperate. And also, it didn't really look like there was a lot coming in the other colors either. I think there might have been a decent white X deck I could have made. If I had taken some of the white creatures instead of just the removal. Because, like, we rare drafted this guy, and we passed up 2 of the, like, 3/2 for 2 that makes a food and, like, makes a guy when you gain life. I think if you were playing with the same card pool in the draft, it would have gone much more favorable. Oh, yeah, if my opponents had also come from that actual set of pack openings, maybe, yeah. Maybe. But hey, we got some of our money back. We got, what do we get? 300 gems, 1 pack. Okay. We get, yeah, we get about half-ish of the entry fee back. We get 1 pack. And we get the rares that we opened. I didn't have to first pick that silly enchantment, but I did. And I didn't have to double down when I opened the second one, but I did. And I don't necessarily regret it. It was something new. It was something different. And we'll open our 1 pack. Ooh, a mischievous pup. When this creature enters, return up to 1 other target permanent you control to its owner's hand. That would be really good if combat damage still went on the stack. Blanchwood Armor, an oldie, but a goodie. What's our rare? Oh, okay, you know what? Very happy. I do like Kiora a lot. This is one that I'd be happy to accumulate more copies of. And you know what? We didn't do so great today for win-loss ratio, but we're gonna spoil ourselves anyway, because it's important to treat yourself, especially on a holiday like today. Aram constantly pining for combat damage on the stack. I'm never gonna get over it, man. I'm just not. Oh, that's a card I would have liked to open in the draft.
If you won't listen to nature, I'll speak on its behalf.
A plain Swelker. 5 mana, 5 loyalty. Look at the top 4 creature or land into your hand. That's like the same as the Ajani one. Destroy, okay, a wing snare, whatever the fuck the new one's called, that's a wing snare or a naturalize. You get an emblem with creatures you control and +2/+2 vigilance, trample, and indestructible. That's neat. That's a pretty boring planeswalker, but it is a planeswalker. And we'll open 1 more. Therapack, yeah. Get a rare wild card. Not bad, not bad. Fake your own death, burglar rat, essence scatter. No, sir. No, sir. You've disappointed me. You promised me glory. And fair enough. Fair enough. You delivered, but only at great cost. At great struggle. You promised glory, but you did not tell me of the lifetime of tribulation that would be its cost. Be gone from this place. What are the odds? What are the odds? Out of counting the draft packs, what? So we opened like 3 copies of that in a total of like 6 packs. Very funny. Very funny indeed. Let's see. I guess I'll ask real quick if anyone is around who wants a brawl game. I have a second brawl deck that I'm cooking up, but it's not ready yet. So I'll be playing the Melek one again if we do. How many copies of Right do you have now? 3. I didn't have one before, I don't think. Can check, I guess, but I'm pretty sure I have exactly 3. What is it called? Right of something. Right of the Dragon. Yeah, I have 3 copies of that now. Why is Leyline of Resonance showing up for Right of? Have the same brawl deck. Was yours was the mono green one, right? Wet Otters. I'd be up for a rematch. I think it's gonna go pretty similar to the first time. But yeah, that might be fun. I think the one I'm working on now, I think will be a little more competitive. Because it's a little more proactive. Honestly, my Brawl deck is very similar to what you oh, wait, no, hang on. Something very important. Very, very important needs to happen. What's like my least favorite card from here? Counterflux, sure. Get the fuck out. Oop. +1 Rite of the Dragon Caller. You'd better fucking watch out. Okay, direct challenge. This is your opponent, Huatatters. Make sure to put yours in the chat. And let me swap this over. Yeah, friendly brawl, best of one, yeah. Arena's opening now. While you're opening it, I'll use the bathroom real quick. Hope you couldn't hear me pissing. Let's see. Yeah, just waiting on Huatatters' code. Should see if I have enough random guff to make a brawl deck on Arena at some point. Most of my cards are from, like, the extra packs you get from winter packs at FNM and pre-release. Oh, they give you little codes or for packs on Arena. You fry... Boy, you gotta piss on the side, boy. Sounds like you're frying chicken. Okay. My challenge has been sent. That's where I get the codes I send you. Oh, okay, cool. I enjoyed FNM back in the day. There was not a very long period of my life where I did it, because I didn't really get that serious enough about Magic to play and be remotely competitive. You and your opponent did not select compatible challenge options. Did you select friendly brawl? That is the format you want. And that's the only thing you need to change. I'll try again. Ah, misclicked. No problem. Yeah, I did FNM in college a little. Drafting and... Oh, that's right. I think, the shop on my campus, were they FNM sponsored or were those unofficial? I can't remember. I think I was getting promos from that. Maybe that was FNM. And then I did FNM at another larger shop with friends. We would carpool there for Standard for a little while in... That would have been Lorwyn Time Spiral Cold Snap Standard. That was a good environment. Okay. I'll keep this, I guess. I forgot you get a free mulligan. Maybe well, this is fine. This is a fine hand. I've actually got a card that can interact with things, unlike the last time I played Wet Otters. Okay. And hey, we've got our ace in the hole. Yes, we've got our ace of base. Let's curate. Mainly, I need to draw some more land, so I think we're gonna surveil that away. Enters tapped unless the player has 13 or less life. Okay, we'll go for the Storm Catcher Mentalist. Saving this for the first extremely evil green creature we see, naturally. Peculiar Professor Layton and the Peculiar Lighthouse. Writes itself. Okay, going straight for the commander. Well, I can activate that next turn, though I probably want to hit that this turn. Create a 2/2 green and white elf knight creature token with vigilance. Gotcha. Okay. Alright, let's go. Peculiar Lighthouse. Peculiar Purple Pie Man. Porcupine People. Yeah. Why does this only cost 3? I can see why it costs 1 less, but its base cost is 5. I'm confused. That's fine. Let's just go unable to scream on this little friend. And make it an even littler friend. Legendary creature artifact. Beast Noble Toy. Brawl gives a free mulligan. I think it's because I picked Friendly Brawl. Whenever a non-token creature you can if it doesn't have the same name as another creature card or in your graveyard, draw a card. Oh, that's fun in Commander. Rustvine Cultivator. The Cultivator. Well, I'll say this. It looks like I can put up a little bit more of a game than last time. I will not block. I can accomplish stuff and things. Let's see. 2 cards left in hand, but this will let them get a ton of advantage. And unfortunately, I really don't have an answer to that. There's not much I can do about enchantments, so we're just gonna have to put up some counter pressure. And hope that this saves us eventually, and or this. Yeah, pass turn on that. Ooh, I remember this guy. It's a good one. It's a good one. Lots of card draw gonna happen in a second here. So the board's probably gonna get quite out of hand. That'd be a jerk and show me that you have a thing. Well, given my hand right now, I think I probably should just block and eat pump spell if there is one coming. I love how I draw cards and then I read them like I've never read them before, because for most extents and purposes I haven't. I think we probably have to do this here, which is a shame because there's just going to be another torrent of new creatures for me to worry about afterward. But yeah, we need stuff. Let's... okay, yeah, let's go to combat and just see if we can bluff here. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. No, I forgot. This is reducing the cost of this, so yeah, we don't want to do that. We're gonna just go straight for this. We draw 2, then we may discard 2, and if we do, it deals a bunch of damage. And how much? We need to deal at least 5. Annoyingly, that means I have to discard this. Yeah. Oh, I have to submit 2 if I want to. Okay. This guy is not great. Let's just go for that. Oh, and then I hit decline by mistake. Cool. Very cool. Alright, well, we'll drop an obligatory oops there, and prepare to get my ass beat to death. Hello, Ollie. I mean, does it really matter? Not anymore. That was my fucking, that was my board wipe, and I accidentally made it not board wipe. So, I guess we just lose. I'll have fun explaining what the fuck happened there to wet otters after this. What does this do with oil counters? Untap target land, okay. Damn, we almost had a real game, and then I went and did that. I picked my 2 cards and then hit decline. I'd like to say I got UI'd, but, like, I can't really blame the UI was not ambiguous. Oh, alright. Well, if that was coming next, then I don't know that there was gonna matter. Let's see. I don't know what the fuck completed means. Can be... Oh, okay. With... Oh, gotcha. Create an XX, where it's a loyalty, naturalize... Oh, I'm glad I didn't live to see Naturalize hit my Rise of the Dragon Caller.
I must retreat. History will not repeat.
Oh, and she immediately left. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Excuse me? Oh, until under... Oh. Yeah, okay, I see. I guess I'm dead then. I'm not gonna concede. I'll let you get the satisfaction of beating me to death, getting the big thwomp sound effects. I wonder if Wet Otters feels like they are abusing a one-legged animal when they play me. Those decks against each other. We almost had... It's... Man. I mean, I could have wiped the board there like I meant to, but then that Planeswalker would have come down anyway, so actually, no, I was not winning that one. I should probably just retire this deck or entirely remake it, because it is really not playable without a lot more sweepers than I have. I have the one that I drew and then accidentally didn't use, and I have almost no others, and you can't beat green decks that have... You can't beat green decks that build up boards like that if you don't have any Pyroclasm-like effects or, you know, evacuation-style effects. I'm primarily an arena player. I'll accidentally decline activating my cards. In paper. Look my opponent dead in the eye and say, oops, I accidentally declined activating my card. Just puts it in the discard without explanation. Sorry that happened. Yeah, you probably could tell what I did accidentally. But yeah, no, I picked my 2 discards and then hit decline. I don't think I was gonna win that one either way, since you did actually have follow-up with the Planeswalker. and I wouldn't have had mana left to, like, counterspell it or anything. But, yeah, no, there might have actually been a game to play following that, if not for that mistake. Yeah. Maybe I'll put this one back together someday when I have managed to acquire, you know, 5 to 10 Pyroclasm variants or washout variants that can make getting to the later game more practical, or just mana acceleration, like some decent artifacts. I don't know. There's just this deck I did not buy any cards for. The one I'm working on now, my rule has been I'm gonna try to not buy any rares or mythics, because I don't want to use those crafts on just a random brawl deck that I might only play once. But I'm willing to craft commons and uncommons for it. Any uncommon? Oh yeah, no, I could craft commons and uncommons to help this deck a lot. Like Pyroclasm, if assuming it exists on here, baseline Pyroclasm should only be uncommon at worst. Show both. Pyroclasm. Yeah, Pyroclasm's on Arena. It was reprinted in Bloomburrow, it looks like. And there's plenty of cards like this. That are not as good as against green as they once were, because green's creatures are better on average, but, like, this is what you need if you're gonna try and play a deck like this. But this deck is pretty much just... It's only slightly less of a pile of cards than the one I literally made in 5 minutes to try and do that midweek madness a few weeks ago. It's like, I have to draw Ill-Timed Explosion or Fairy Slumber Party exactly. Or else by the time I can possibly play my commander, I'm mega dead already. And it also has no out to non-creature permanents that don't get countered, other than hoping to draw a boomerang and then counter them again. Yeah, last time showed off the land half. Yeah, see, this is the service I provide. I make my my viewers' decks look really good. Because I sit there and offer a token resistance, but nothing that's really going to challenge your ability to punch me in the face repeatedly. Hopefully the next time I stream, I'll have my, my newer deck finished. I'm excited about that one. I think that one will at least be able to do more relevant things in most games, rather than just kind of twiddle its thumbs, drawing a card, and, dying. Okay. Well, bit of a downer. We didn't do as well in draft today. But we tried something funky. I think there's something laudable there, and we tried to make our best of a pool that didn't come out great. I think we'll probably mostly keep doing quick draft, but I'm up for drafting more Foundations and or Pioneer Masters at Premier Draft level, and I've got a token for it. I don't think I'm going to do another one right now, because if that one goes long, it could be here for a while. But, yeah. You know, I think, I'm trying to decide. So I could end stream here and raid, 6. I could also, switch over to Path of Exile, which I've resumed playing now that I'm back from visiting family. I brought my laptop with me. But a combination of the wireless internet, the very small keyboard, the smaller screen, and the worse performance meant the game was really, really hard to play. So I've been taking advantage of my ability to play it again. So if there's any interest in that, I could switch over to that. Up for PoE 2, finally got to Act 5. Okay, so Act 2 Cruel difficulty, you mean? Do you have a good time visiting family? I did, yeah. Give me just a second. We'll put you here, and you're gonna hear the sound cut out, because I'm gonna switch games. Let's do, yeah. And let's switch the, game that the stream says it is, Path of Exile 2. Okie dokie. And it's still a magical New Year's Eve. Path of Exile has magic. Oh, okay. See you later, Kadu. Thanks for stopping by. Raging gay to you as well. A raging gay and a happy new year. Raging gay to all, and to all a gay rage. Let's see. Path of Exile. More like Path of Sexile. Yeah, alright. Let's get this bootin' up. I'm gonna need to smunch this down to windowed so that I can see chat on the same monitor, and apparently hitting escape closes the game. Unconventional choice. Going to reboot Path of Exile now. Okay. Alright, we log in, we take the moon, and we take the moon. I'll be able to see you again momentarily, chat. Let's see. Okay. Options. We want windowed. Sure, keep changes for a hot second, and then resolution, let's just go 1080p. Keep changes. And is the game window fit to the screen? Yes. Okay, this should be good then. And boop. Okay. Yes, I do want to save those changes. All right. So, the last time I streamed this was literally beginning the game. I have since gone through all the acts and I'm in endgame. So, deal with it. I am still on basically the same skill loadout I started the game with, more or less. I use this to put my electro spikes down. This, when there are enemies to hit, will ricochet between enemies and also off of these, so it will split and ricochet many times, which is where most of my damage comes from. And then I have one new trick, which is if I have a bunch of these down, I now have a super move I can use to finish. I can go bam! And that does a shit ton of damage for each explosion, and it can hit up to... It homes onto these and can make up to 17 projectiles. So that's my big spike of damage to finish stuff off. That can usually take about half the life of, like, rare monsters.
I'm not ready.
Obviously, it doesn't kill bosses in one hit. But it's pretty good because these things I put down both have a limited duration of about 12 seconds and have a limited number of times they can be changed to, so I can get some last use out of them by detonating them with this periodically. I went ahead and skilled this out to have as much damage as possible, but also have a cooldown, because I can't really spam this anyway, because it doesn't do anything unless I have set up first. So that's my basic strategy. And other than that, everything's still pretty similar. I'm just a better version of the character that I was there. What am I on? Tier 9 maps. You got it, friendo. I don't have any 9s. Let's grab a 10. So here in the end game, it's pretty similar to the Path of Exile 1 endgame, if any of you have played that. This is the new Atlas. And the maps work similar, but a little different. Rather than the map item equivalents being specific locales that are based on the item, there is just one generic waystone of each tier, and what locale you enter depends on which of these nodes you choose to use that waystone in. And you can do each one until you complete it. And you move around this map to explore more of it. When you complete these tower maps, they give you a big vision radius, so that you can see more of these Mario Party spaces that lead you around. And there's a couple specific points of interest that I'm looking for. There's a place called the Iron Citadel, the Copper Citadel, and the Stone Citadel, which I assume they are one place each on this very large map. That I need to find eventually, but these are all, like, maximum character level areas, so Carl has told me. So I'm not really in any particular rush. Right now, I'm just kind of exploring around, grinding up, and you know, just having a good old time. 20 different power systems. Kind of, if you're talking about this game. I mean, you've got the passive tree, which has several nodes, as you can see. Got all your gear progression. There's special progression to get your points for this your class. I kind of like the fact that in this game there's so many parallel ways in which you can build up the power of your character. Some builds care a lot about getting, like, specific items with unique abilities that change how the game works for them. And some characters get most of their power just from the tree, or from rares with the right mods on them. It's kind of neat. I am not good at building characters. I'm amazed I've gotten as far as I have with just whatever jank choices I've made. I haven't done a full respec yet in this game. I'll probably have to before too long. But I haven't hit a wall yet where I can no longer progress by just periodically upgrading my gear and stuff. Have my basic spark spell at level 18, does 1500 DPS. I'm impressed you've got a level 18 gem when you're still in the acts. Finally got to Act 5. Did you buy that on the marketplace? Because I'm sure that couldn't have dropped for you at that level. I think the highest I've found, even having gotten to about mid-tier maps in Endgame, is 17. Yeah, 17 is where my my active skills are at right now. Where was I going? I think I was kind of exploring in this general direction. But I kind of stopped to do more nodes in the area where I have these special buffs. It's at level 13, corrupted it for... Oh, okay, and 18 total after mods and stuff. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I don't have massive mods for my gear, but I have +1 to projectile skills from this. +2 from this, which is actually +3 because I have passive nodes that give 50% more effect from my quivers mods. So my actual level of my main skill is 21. Let's do this augury. The main difference, if you've played the first game and you're familiar with how Endgame worked there, honestly, the biggest difference is that now you only get 1 life per map. You still make 6 portals, so you can, like, pound portal back and forth up to 6 times to drop off gear and stuff. But if you die once in a map, that's it. The map is closed. Which does make, certain mechanics pretty fucking fraught. Like, especially right now, while I've still got these quests to just, you know, do X maps of a certain tier or higher, and so map completions matter a lot for my progress. Right now, it really, really blows to do a map and die before getting the completion. So I will basically always complete the map, completion, which requires killing all of these rare monsters, incidentally. There's not always a map boss to kill, unlike in the first game. I will pretty much always endeavor to complete the map just to get the credit for it before I do any of the extra mechanics that have a decent chance of getting me killed if I press my luck too hard. Like before I do a breach or rituals. I'll usually do delirium straight out because it's too annoying to loop back around and do that one later in the map, but you gotta be pretty cautious with how you play it there. Makes the teleport one-shot elites not as ha-ha funny. I will say, there are fewer rare monster modifiers that are massively dangerously lethal in this game compared to the first one. Like, for instance, the, God, what was it called in the first game? The Lightning Clones one, which I thought was one of the absolute scariest things in the first game. God help you if you were melee for that shit. Is back in this game, but it's way, way more forgiving. Instead of running to you and exploding for your entire health and damage, they now run up to you and, like, actually attack you for a moderate amount of damage. The Siphon Mana one's pretty bad. Yeah, it's true. It depends on your build a little bit. I think the Siphon Flask Charges one was, really overtuned. They had a bug in the code, so it was literally siphoning 10 times more than it was supposed to. So when you got near one of those, you would just instantly lose all your flask charges. That was pretty bad until they fixed it. What's like the worst one now? Yeah, they also removed one of the Explode on Death ones. It was like the Exploding Crystals one, because they thought the visual was not clear enough, which I agree with. But that was also a pretty scary one in the first game, and that is back in this game, or was. I believe they plan to reintroduce it with a new, clearer visual that makes it less of a you'll randomly die because the screen was full of shit and you couldn't see that that was happening. I'd say overall, the main thing is compared to the first game, some of these stats, they don't give away as liberally, but they also demand them less of you. The passive tree basically no longer has any maximum health, and it has almost no resistances. And in the first game, before you got remotely deep into maps, you basically needed to have capped resistances. At least elemental ones, and decent chaos resistance, or you could just expect to be one-shotted by, like, half the rares in the game once you were in maps. In this game, I actually started doing maps, I finished the campaign with virtually no resist. I had, like, an average of about 20 in my elemental resistances. And in the first game, that would have just been suicidal. I'd literally have been taking 4 times the damage the monsters were tuned to deal, because they were tuned with the expectation that you were gonna have to gear and passive tree your way to cap resistances. And I've capped my resistances now. And it's probably pretty necessary now, but early maps demanded a lot less of me than they did in the first game, in terms of raw stats. And likewise, max life, I've only got 1700. By mid-tier maps in PoE 1, even if you don't go energy shield, and you don't have, like, a second pool besides your life, it'd be expected to have at least, like, 6 to 8k total by this tier to not die, or else you'd be getting one-shot all the time. And as you can see, that is not the case anymore. Which I guess is nice, because, it was sort of like Pathfinder 1 feat design, where it's like, yeah, you can do such and such a build, but here's the feat tax you have to pay for it to be remotely viable. It's kind of like that, where it was like, yeah, you can spec your character however you want, as long as you made sure to spec into all of the maximum life you could possibly reach on the tree, and also on gear, and also capture resistances, because we just expect you to have that as a baseline, or else you can't play the game. And so if you're gonna balance it that way, then yeah, you might as well just take that shit off the tree and balance it so that you're not expecting them to have it, so there's more actual choice and less of a dominant strategy. I can't claim to be an expert on how this game is balanced, but that's like the biggest balance change, and I think overall I like it. Ow, I'm working a switch, guys. Stop it. Does it keep the -50 from the campaign? I'm not entirely clear. It definitely did not suddenly drop at the end of, like, Act 3 and Act 6 the way that it would have if it was, like, the equivalent to how they did it in the first game. But I think there is an inherent negative, because I seemed to get occasional reductions, and I ended up at negative in at least one thing at some point, despite there not being any other explanation I could see. I'm sure you can look that up, and it's a very simple question to answer, but I, offhand, was actually not able to tell what the rules were for when it was being reduced or by how much. If it was on finishing every act, it went down a little, maybe, and I just wasn't always noticing. Or if it's by, like, character level or something. Couldn't tell ya. Couldn't tell you besides the fact that it is not two large, very precipitous, very obvious drops, like in the first game. Every act went down by 10 starting at Act 2. Okay, that's kind of what I vaguely thought it was, but I could never catch it in the act, and so to speak, and pinpoint that that's what was happening. Good one, Tom. Good comeback, General. General of wordplay. General Shakespeare. I think, did the doorway block my super nuke? My finishing move? That's kind of what it looked like happened. There we go. My damage was pretty mediocre for the first, like, 3 acts. Then it got pretty good. Then it was starting to slip again. Then I got my 5th and 6th points in here, so I just fire an additional projectile with all skills, so it kind of, like, virtually doubled from that. So it was pretty good again, and now it's slipping a little again. 'Cause I've gone up about 4 or 5 tiers of map without really meaningfully upgrading my my gear. More like Shamsphere, hit antagonist of Great Ace Attorney. I'm gonna assume that's a real thing. Shamsphere. Yeah, okay, there's a lever down there I didn't... Or, whoops. Back we go. I think this should be the last one. Yes, okay. Oh, that's also why my damage feels kind of bad on this map. I just have a flat minus 15% damage.
Storm point.
That'll do it. Where are you, Mr. Rare? I literally can't pick you out from your bros. Okay, there you are. Bane Stalker. Ain't that a ranger subclass? That's Gloomstalker. Why do I... It's only when I have OBS open, I seem to have a really uncanny ability to trigger Windows error noises while playing this game. From some kind of, like, window minimizing business. I literally don't know what's causing that. It happens when I hit... Maybe it's because I have this in windowed mode now, and it's like, that's what happens if I accidentally hit Alt and Tab at the same time without meaning to. I assume that 4 monsters remain. I'm not gonna bother finding them. We got our map completion. That's what we wanted. We're gonna hammer time some things and disenchant some things. This... You had my attention at 90% increased physical damage. The other mods are not great. The crit doesn't really do a lot for me. That's all mods filled out. Let's see. That's got 100... yeah, no. That's not is good. This is a good base. This has some good stuff, but it is not actually better than what I have already. That's armor ES. Okay, yeah, none of the rest of this is for me. Did I try and sell this? Might be able to get an exalted orb for that, sure.
Time is not on our side.
Apocalypse Knock, ain't that the pro tag from FF15? Yeah. Nah, yeah, that doesn't sound like protagonist of 15. What am I talking about? Oh, and there's that also. Oh, whatever, get out of here. And I got a unique. Is this a new one? Yeah, Wings of Kaelin. That's Rage spec. That's not for me. Okay. I wish that the map stash tab had been implemented in this game yet. Map, I really could use. Yeah, maps and a tab for these. There's a couple things. Oh yeah, and there's no there's nothing that holds catalysts yet either. All right, let's do another. 8 or higher? 9 plus. Okay. Do we have any 9s? Do we get a 9? Nope. 9! Okay. Doot. And doot. Ooh, 74% increased gold. That's worthless. Oh. Woohoo! To the savannah. The pro tag from 16 is just Ben Starr. He does bear a certain resemblance to him, yes.
Storm point.
It would be funny and also strange if they had, because they do sometimes do that where they'll just blatantly model an animated character off of their actor, but it would be funny and unexpected if they did that off of the English voice actor. Windows error noise. Ah. Oh, he's still up, huh? Oh, you're a rare. I didn't realize that. That would explain it. Get out of town. Don't fart on me, sir. It's not very couth of you. Is that a word?
Nice.
Can you be couth, or can you only be uncouth? I think you can be couth. In a way that you cannot be, for instance, grumpled or sheppled. I'm not sure if it's because of OBS running. I wouldn't think so. I think it's just because I'm in windowed mode, and windowed is a little chunkier for a game to run than full screen usually, but it does. The game feels a bit ponderous in terms of like FPS than I'm used to. Probably the windowed mode, even though the resolution is slightly lower. As a Christmas present to myself, I have ordered a new graphics card. That should be here in about a week. That should be ready in about a month. Is the color borders on the loot drops a mod or an add-on from the microtransaction score? That is an item filter. So neither, really. Item filters are not a mod. Something's reviving these. Where are you, rare mod that has revives minions on it? Am I fucking stupid? I don't... Oh, okay, he was over here. And only 3 of his boys showed up to party for some reason. Shaggy Jaws, they call me. Yeah, so, it's not really a mod, because they're built... The concept of item filters is built into the game. in Path of Exile 1, the best way to set up an item filter if you're interested in one, because they are quite helpful, especially as you get later in the game and there's more loot you want to ignore. The best way to set one up for PoE 1 was to go to Filterblade, which is a website that basically had a very nice web UI for choosing all of the settings for your item filter, what you wanted to filter out, under what circumstances, and how you wanted things to look and sound. And it's great. Very, very slick little website. And they still exist. They, last I checked, had not yet... Why are you... Oh, do you have proximal tangibility? You motherfuckers. Get over here. Ow. Ugh, proximal tangibility and any mod that makes it annoying to stand next to a guy are a very annoying combo. Did you look? Did you just die? Ugh, not quite. Alright. You're gonna walk slowly at me, huh? Alright. There. Oh, he spawns guys on death too. What a charmer. So, Filterblade has all that stuff for PoE 1. The last time I had checked, they had not yet developed an equivalent super cool web UI to set up filters for PoE 2. But they pretty much guaranteed will eventually. Fuck, this guy's so fast I can't get out of his temporal bubble. His booble! There we go. Bling! What's this shrine do? Gain increased experience. Hot damn. Let's kill a bunch of guys in the next 40 seconds. So the item filter I'm using here, I want to say, I thought I went to Filterblade and they were like, yeah, we don't have a UI yet, but we've got kind of a basic, good enough, non-customized one at this GitHub you can download. And then I went to download the same one on my laptop while I was on travel, because the filters are client side, not server side. And I couldn't find that link to that GitHub anymore. So maybe it wasn't Filterblade. Maybe I just searched item filter and picked the first one I found. I don't remember. But this one's not very finely tuned, but it's better than nothing. It's still screening out a lot of stuff that's just not of interest to me. Would you fucking... Oh, sir. I got stuck in the cooldown window for my my super move. I think I fat-fingered it when I hadn't set it up, and then I didn't have it to use once I wanted it. I think I prefer the WASD control scheme in this game to the left-click movement that's common to Diablo-like and that the first game had. However, it does make mapping skills a little trickier if you don't have like an MMO mouse or something that has like a bunch of extra buttons and you're relying pretty much entirely on your keyboard. I still might try this game with controller. Honestly, I think the core gameplay of running around and fighting stuff, I think would be better with a controller. It's just sounds like a pain in the ass to use controller UI for like interacting with NPCs and selling shit, which is also a significant part of the gameplay loop. Pull that down.
Yes.
Disenchant these rares, unless these are anything I care about. Nope.
On with the work.
What
Oh,
is it?
got a leftover ring. Get out of here. Play on console with a little bit of research. It seems no item filter for it yet. 17s. Is that higher? No, that's what I was already on. Yeah, I don't know how the item filters work on console, actually. That's funny. I guess I can hang on to that if I'm fighting a boss that I know I don't need stats against. If I know I'm in loot pinata mode. that might have some use to it. Okay, back we go. Let's see.
Storm Point.
The way they, from a story perspective, handled the transition of the way they had set up the fact that the story just cuts off at the end of Act 3 and goes straight to Endgame instead of there being an Act 4, 5, and 6. I thought they just weren't gonna address it at all. They were just gonna be like, yeah, this is an early access, the story's not finished, deal with it. But they actually did concoct kind of a vaguely diegetic explanation for it, which I thought was pretty funny. And I'm not gonna spoil it for people who haven't gotten there yet, but there is one, which kind of tickled me. They just spit you out. Kind of. Okay, let's get this last rare over here. I should really be more proactive about using that, the super nuke against rares and stuff. I'm always like, oh, well, I need to damage it down more first. But no, it does a shit zillion damage. I can probably kill most rares from above half health with that. Half health with an F. Health, even. And usually, I would not bother full clearing maps, because if you're just trying to make progress on the quest as fast as possible, you just want to get to completion and move on. But I don't actually have, I don't have all of the waystones in the world to spare. So I kind of want to clear out the maps that I've got, because I need them to drop more maps, or I'm going to get stuck. I'm gonna get stuck having to do maps that are too low tier to advance my quest, and that probably won't give me any consequential experience. Do you have a bunch of item rarity chance, or is the endgame just rife with good loot? Well, the average rarity of loot definitely increases over the course of the game. It was like that in the first game, too. You know, early on, even just magic items were not, like, super rare, but you would typically only find a couple in between, you know, trips to town. And it would scale up over the course of the game, and this one likewise. You know, you get to later in the game, and proportionally more of the things that are dropping are higher rarity. It's also partly because you find more magic and rare monsters in the higher tier content. So the individual monsters have a higher loot table. And so that's one of the reasons why getting the item filter going is something you really want later in the game, because you really don't want to waste your time picking over every rare and magic item in the hopes that they'll be good. So typically the item filter will, like... Obviously, it doesn't know what the items are because they drop unidentified, but, you know, you can set it to screen out for only, you know, the best base items, or rare base items, or things that already have quality, or in this game, they added a new aspect to loot where sometimes an unidentified item will drop and it'll say, like, tier 2 or tier 3. And those modifiers mean even before you've identified the item, that's kind of a guarantee that the item is going to have better than average modifiers. Well, fewer bad modifiers, fewer lower tier modifiers, and more of the better ones and higher tier ones. So I assume they added that so that there is actually something you can filter on, whether with an item filter or just by manually looking at stuff, so that you can narrow what you're bothering to pick up and take back to town to identify down to stuff that has a higher proportional chance of, like, being usably good. So, yeah, the short answer to your question is I don't have a bunch of item rarity chance. I have a little bit, but for the most part, this is representative of just how drops look in endgame. Tier 10 again, it would appear. I hope I find some more. Let's see. Yeah, I think we'll go around this way. Instead of... for a while, I was just charging across the map to uncover it as much as possible. Right now, I'm kind of staying in this area because I've unlocked these towers and stuck items in them that mean the maps close to them have these extra modifiers on them, like you can see here. So I want to take advantage of that. Especially increased waystones. I really want to try and farm these to... spin. I want to try and farm them for more waystones, because I need a good number. I need at least like 8 of each tier to complete on my way up. Right now, completing the stages of this little quest and just doing higher and higher tier maps is the way you unlock Atlas skill points. As far as I know, the only way. Everything else, instead of going in the core Atlas tree, the individual mechanics and, like, aspects of Endgame have their own trees, so you can progress them individually. They're not, like, mutually exclusive the way they were by virtue of being all part of the same tree in the first game. Just get taken over for a second. I don't know what you're talking about. I have a really good amount as I go through the campaign, hoping for mythic gear to drop. Oh, yeah. I mean... So, it's never a wasted stat. I actually didn't know that this was the case, but Carl, I was talking to Carl about this the other day, and he said that in this game, item rarity and quantity now affect currency item drops, which I didn't realize they didn't in the first game, but apparently they didn't in the first game. So at a minimum, currency is evergreen. Some of it is more useful early in the game, like your orbs of transmutation and augmentation and regal orbs are more likely to be things you can use to upgrade your gear earlier than when you're close to endgame. But, you know, none of it, there's no level on it. It never becomes useless. The gear you get during the acts, I mean, you're guaranteed to replace no matter what. And so, it's not super useful as a stat to focus on primarily until you are much closer to endgame. But well, actually, I'll take that back. It depends on whether you're playing self-found, either formally or informally. Self-found meaning you can't trade with other players. You can only ever use the items that you yourself find or buy from vendors, NPC vendors, or craft. Because if you're playing self-found, you may want to have rarity the whole time, because you're gonna need your own drops to pay your way. If you're using the marketplace, then usually the best thing you can do to keep up with gear as you go is to just save any currency you find and use that on the marketplace to just buy stuff that has some stats that are good for you. You will typically be able to find you'll have much greater selection of rares with many mods that are mostly or all useful for you, even looking at cheap stuff on the marketplace. You can find some useful stuff at the NPC vendors, actually. More so than in the first game. So it's worth checking. Oh! Oh! Hee! Ha! Hoo! Ha! What was that? Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Jeez. Jesus Christmas. I think that was the ice shrine just fucking popped me in the chin. What the fuck was I talking about? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, like, the main currency items that people use as, like, fungible currency on the market in the first game was Chaos Orbs and then, Divine Orbs as sort of your cents and dollars, respectively. In this game, I guess because of when in the game they show up and exactly how rare they are, it seems that the Hive Mind has settled on Exalted Orbs as the lower tier currency, and then Divines as the upper tier. So for sure, you want to save any Exalted Orbs you find. And, again, unless you're playing self-found, which is totally respectable, if you're willing to use the marketplace, don't use the Exalteds to upgrade your gear directly to add more mods. Even if it's a good magic or rare and you want to just add more shit to it, you will be able to get much better deals by just selling that Exalted Orb for a piece of gear on the marketplace. Like, you can get really nice stuff for everything up to early endgame for just one Exalted. Easily. So if you are feeling like your gear is a little lacking, that is the easiest way to just grab a little more power if you're still in the axe for leveling. You're not realistically gonna find any Divine Orbs remotely early in the game. I haven't found any yet. And they are extremely valuable. Right now, the automatic currency exchange NPC that you can access in-game, very nice addition, by the way. One Divine is worth 129 Exalteds the last time I looked. So it actually is pretty close to dollars and cents. And Divines can buy you really, really top-end stuff. I don't know how to make money in this game, though. I knew how... Very convincing how you threw it, which is totally respectable. I'm just saying it's the harder way to play. I did that for my first... Not my first ever character, but my first character that I played in remotely modern times in Path of Exile 1. I was just like, no, I don't want to use the marketplace. No, I don't have a particular reason, I just don't feel like it. I'm not interested in making that part of my experience with the game. And I was able to get into endgame and make some progress. It was a lot harder than it would have otherwise been, though. And it gets pretty hard. Getting significant upgrades, if you're not trading, gets pretty hard, because it means you can get really lucky item drops, and if they just don't happen to be for your exact build, they are completely worthless to you. Whereas if you're using the market, you can exchange them for goods and services. And then you can exchange those for money, and then use that money to buy things that are good for your build. And it makes those, cool rare or unique drops or currency drops much more meaningful and exciting. So I like using the market myself. I love completely worthless. Think Twice could draw anything. It could even draw something completely worthless. Come on. Come on. There we go. Here you go. There you are, Marrow Muzzle. Oh, that's some explosions. Ow. Which one of you is the rare? I can't tell. I literally have no idea. Well, you're dead. Okay. Was there a rare? Am I stupid? Was that just a magic pack? They said minions, but I did not see a rare anywhere in there, and they all died kind of at the same time. So that was a little weird. Okay. That's pretty much everything here. Been pretty behind on defenses, but bosses are no trouble for me because of my lucky staff and jeweler's orb drops. Yeah. Yeah, I was really low damage for the first couple acts. I think I mentioned, but the Act 2 boss, just on normal difficulty, was really hard for me because of how long I had to fight him for. I was straight up running out of flask charges. Both types over the course of that. And then, by the time I reached the end of Act 3, I don't even remember if there was, like, a single specific turning point. Like, I got a new passive or got some gear upgrade or what, but, like, then my damage was fine for the rest of the acts, and thank God. Cruel difficulty was, in relative terms, much easier for me than normal. Overall, it went a lot faster. Even... not just because I knew what, you know, where to go and what to do and, like, what boss mechanics existed, but just in terms of raw numbers. Let's see. Finally got a tier 9. We got a tier 9 and a tier 11. That's nice. So we made back our map investment. Let's see. Let's do the Hive. Look at all those modifiers. Look at all this extra stuff. Tried your Lightning Ranger build until getting hard stopped on Viper, and then switched to Sorceress and stomped through the campaign. Hard stopped on Viper. I'm not sure I know what area or enemy you're referring to. Do you mean the lady in Act 3? Okay, yeah. Hard stopped. Interesting. That boss I thought was reasonably challenging, but didn't strike me as one of the ones that would be a likely hard stopping point. I found, I mean, it's all very, like, where was your build and gear when you got to this boss dependent, but there were definitely a number of campaign bosses that were harder walls for me than that. I think I was able to one-shot it both times, if only barely, on the second one, because I had no chaos resistance, and it was just a lot of damage to go through. Because I fucked up a lot. Damn, that sucks. If you got hard stopped after going through basically 3 full acts, if you were enjoying... Seizure warning. If you were enjoying the character build prior to that, I hope that maybe when now that you have characters that are further and you can, like, easily, you know, chuck some extra currency or gear back to them, I hope that you're able to, like, revisit that character if you were enjoying how it played aside from it not being able to get you through that boss. Did this have a mod that was like monsters explode for chaos damage or something? If it did, I was not paying attention. And that visual effect is too much. No, those guys didn't explode. Is it an enemy type thing? I don't know. I don't remember enemies doing that in the acts. Like a certain type of enemy. Oh, that's what that shrine was doing, I think. It was making me explode the enemies for damage against enemies. Okay. Flashbang map, yeah. In Path of Exile 1, the last character that I played, which was in a league about a year ago, had part of the build was using an item that made it so all enemies you killed exploded for a percentage of their max health as chaos damage. And so you would walk into a pack and start dealing damage, and as soon as you downed an enemy, every enemy in like a 500-meter radius would explode simultaneously. Because it was a chain reaction, but the game like resolved it all at once. And so rather than seeing a series of explosions, they would just all go just all burst simultaneously. It was very funny and made a very satisfying sound. Fucking sand spirits, I hate these guys. Get out of here. Exploding Palm Monk, Diablo 3. Only played a little bit of Diablo 3 and not that character class, but sounds fun. They're coarse and rough and irritating and they get everywhere. They kind of do. My least favorite genre of enemy in this game is little fucker who, like, moves around and shoots at you from range and is tiny. And there's a couple different ones that are like that. Also, don't super care for these diving motherfuckers who are not hittable most of the time because they go underground. Going underground, also, my favorite J-Rock band. It's not actually, but they are a J-Rock band. Let's see. Yeah, Culling Strike against enemies you mark, baby. 10% less damage I'll have to do to rares, and 5% less to unique bosses. Yeah, those motherfuckers. When those guys show up in groups and they're like out of phase with each other, so they're not all above ground or below ground at the same time, it's a fucking nightmare actually killing them. And wait your ass around for them to come back and leave again. And yet it's somehow worse when they are all in phase, because then if they all burrow up under you at the same time, you can just get spiked for lethal damage out of nowhere. Little beetles that swarm you in Keth. Yeah, those guys, little fuckers are not so bad when they're melee little fuckers, I feel, like these guys, because they will naturally group together, so they're easy to AoE down. Whereas AoE, or ranged little fuckers will, like, fan out from one another and stay at the periphery and make it really inconvenient. Yeah, see, this is the kind of fuck shit that I hate. There's one guy over here, there's one fucking guy down here. My build does not make it easy for me to kill those guys en masse. It takes me 5 fucking minutes shooting my auto attack at them to finish them. Do 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 do. For a while, Carl and I were like buddies in this game, insofar as we started our characters around the same time. He started a little bit before me. But we were progressing through the acts and stuff at a pretty similar rate to one another. He was ahead of me some of the time, I was ahead of him some of the time. I got to endgame a little bit before him, but not much before. But then I went on vacation to visit family with my computer that didn't play this game very well, so I didn't really play it for the past week or so, and he has pulled way, way ahead of me. He's in, like, late endgame now, earning divine orbs and killing crazy shit, I guess. I kind of want to... My general goal for this early access and this character is I want to play to the end of, like, the quest chain that they give you, if I can, and to see if I can do it, without having to, look up a build guide and copy it exactly, to see if I can take my jank non-build all the way to the doorstep of end game. I don't know if it'll be possible. It would not have been possible in the first game, for sure. None of my non-guided builds were remotely competitive to do, like, the properly, really hard content at endgame. At least, certainly not to do it in any remotely efficient way. No longer buddies with Carl. Friendship ended with Carl. Now, not Carl is my best friend. Progression's gonna get rough when I get a few more levels down. Because I'm not even... You hit endgame nearly the same level, theoretically, as in the first game. First game you hit endgame at 68 or 69, this game at 65, but it has felt quite different. It's felt like I hit endgame at a much earlier level. Because I'm only 81. Like, around 90 is when experience gain slows to a fucking crawl. And I feel like I would already be there in PoE 1.
What is it?
Yeah. Please. Just got here from Soupstream. How goes your exile? It's going okay. Can't do that. Feel like I've wasted my time if I find I've made the wrong build choices, especially in a game like this where you can't respec. Well, that's where you're wrong. You can respec as much as you want. I would never go in on a blind build with this level of gusto if I could not respec. You can, the only thing you cannot under any circumstances change is your basic character class. I thought you couldn't change your choice of ascendancy either. Although, mind you, the ascendancies are close to being separate classes anyway. So it doesn't seem unfair if you couldn't, but you actually can, apparently, if you refund all of your passives in here and redo the ascendancy trial, you can pick a different ascendancy. Can you respec freely in PoE 1? So, yeah, in PoE 1, it did cost items. They were not that expensive in the grand scheme of things, to be honest. You could, if you really wanted to, you could slam 80 Orbs of Regret. Although, you potentially had to do it one at a time, but really all you have to do is, like, shift right-click a bunch of times. So it's not, like, optimized for it, but here it is a little easier also. There's an NPC... You go to refund passives, and yeah, it just costs gold. There's no special items for it. Based on how much it costs per point, I could throw out my entire build, and yeah, 1 orb, 1 change decision. Yep, you're correct. Yeah, I was a little put out by that at first. I thought Orbs of Regret were respec your whole character, and they're not. But in this game, yeah, it only costs gold, and it costs a manageable amount. So 1 point here, you can see, it goes up by level, I think, or something. But 1 point here is costing about 3,000 and change. So I could respec my entire tree for like 270,000, maybe 300k. So I could respec my entire character 4 times with the gold that I have. And there's virtually nothing else to spend gold on. When you're at endgame, the chances that a vendor NPC is gonna have something you actually want to buy are not very high. Mainly, you'd only care if you found a really good base that you hadn't found by a drop yet. But no, you don't really have anything else to spend gold on at endgame. Incidentally, feel free to spend gold aggressively during the campaign, because, yeah, you really don't need it for anything else. And it's not worth anything to other players, for the most part. I wonder, can you even currency exchange gold? I wonder. And if so, what is it worth? If I wanted 1 Exalted Orb... No, you can't even... Nope. You cannot even trade it with other players, it would appear, or at least you can't do it through here. And if you could, it would be basically worthless. So, which is how it usually is in Diablo-likes. Gold is never the currency people actually use. Currency exchange everything except currency, indeed. Is PoE 2 good so far? I've been enjoying it, yeah. I've sunk a good number of hours into it already. 59 hours, apparently. And some of that, there's been some where I've been, like, alt-tabbed or, like, not actually playing, but the game is running. But most of that is live playtime. Let's get another tier 9. Ooh, experience gain. I do like to see it. And patches of burning ground I will need to watch out for. Yeah, let's do this. This is gonna be ice map with fires. Oh no, it's like an oil slick. That's right. Ooh, that's funny. That's a fun visual combination.
Charged arrow.
This tile set does not appear in the campaign, which means presumably that it's gonna be in Acts 4, 5, or 6. There's a couple tile sets like that among the maps, which I think is neat. Little implicit previews of stuff that we're gonna see when they introduce the later acts. Okay, we got a breach. I think I forgot to do the breach in a previous map earlier today, so from that, oh, that's the first of those that I've seen. Hang on, is that the 5 link or is that the 6 link? Because I think the 6 link is worth like multiple divines. If that's the 6th link, it would be by far the most valuable item that's ever dropped in the game for me. And I'm gonna keep it in suspense a little longer, because I don't feel like stopping and opening my inventory right now. Let's just get this freezing shrine so that it's not spewing shit at me. Yeah, we'll look when we're reviewing our items later. There's no reason to bail out of the map to check right now. Gotta make use of this freezing shrine. That's Aram's loot edging. Flathead warrior, arch enemy of the Phillips warrior. Nice screwdriver joke. I appreciate that.
Take this.
Are you Tim the Toolman Taylor? If so, signal yes by making the Tim Allen noise from Home Improvement. You know the one. Or maybe you know the one if you're 35 years old like I am.
That's quite nice.
Cool. The Tim Allen noise from that Laster Minute Dungeon Pal stream. I'm sure we did the Tim Allen noise there. I don't really remember, since that stream is such a fever dream. Almost literally. We probably did the... Alright, Grimwalker. Get out of here. Ow! I forgot those guys explode! That's not even a monster mod. That's just a thing those guys do. Ooh, tier 9 Waystone, hooray! The map replaced itself. Gimme. Someone made a similar noise when asked their character's name, which was, oh, is that how we got onto the Tim Allen jokes in the first place? That's hilarious. I don't remember that shit at all. Let's see. Yeah, the improv streams were fun. Maybe I'll do another one someday. I really like the visual design of this area, this temple sitting on... I don't know if it's actually oil. The map is called Slick, but that might just imply a visual similarity rather than it being literally that, but like, it is a really cool visual. Stuff that is set directly on the water like this. Directly on liquid, like a pier, when it's like a more permanent structure, made of stone or whatever, is a really cool visual. I'm probably gonna steal this general vibe for a particular place I'm gonna need to design a map for at some point in the game that I'm running right now, the TTRPG. Coming eventually to a something near you. Oh god, I thought that said Butt Slicer the Mad. I'm really bad at malapropping these things into stupid bullshit like that. I sent one to Carl the other day. I'm gonna have to look it up after this, because it really was quite hysterical. For certain values of hysterical. Hysterical if you're me, laughing at your own joke. Their last guy, somewhere over there. Okay. Over this away. Wow. Stop, drop, and roll. It's a giant ocean of hair gel. I think I'd rather it will be oil than that. I suppose they're probably both petroleum products at the end of the day. Let's see. What? Ah, it's an essence monster. Clear out these other guys first. Whoop! Ow. Did not dodge quite in time for that shit. Ooh, Priest Berserker tablet. These are the items you can use to, you can stick in the towers to give those passive bonuses everywhere. Oh, okay, this loops around. Alright, let's go back and do this essence monster. I guess I'll stack my passive up first.
Charge arrow.
These guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I declare a thumb hive. Okay. And there was a breach that I should do. For April Fool's Day one year, you should stream a single session of a TTRPG you've never streamed before and refuse to acknowledge that chat has no idea. That's a great idea. That's a great idea, and I'll need to make sure never to make reference to it again so that if I do it, you and everyone else will have forgotten. No one clip this. No one leave evidence, okay? We're all in the joke together now. And no one should be a spoil sport. It says more than 50 monsters remain still. I don't think... Does that count the breach monsters in advance? I'm not sure. Random shopping session after a huge boss. Okay, let's attempt this breach. 1, 2, 3, 4, put some guys down. Alright, fuck me up, fam. Wow. Okay, there's a rare over there. Ah, that's not the guy I wanted to mark. Get him, get him, get him, get him. Damn, this guy has a lot of fucking health. There we go. Okay, got him exalted there. Nice. I want that. Horrid. It's closing! Unique recurve bow. Yeah, some nice stuff here. Okay, we're gonna need an extra trip to pick up all this stuff. Well, we'd have it if we hadn't been eaten by the troglodytes. Okay. So... adds a support gem to a socket with 3. Okay, this is not the one that's worth infinite money, but this is still a really nice find. That's not the button I meant to hit. Yeah, okay, so we can put a 4th thing in one of these. Lightning arrow or lightning rod. I'm actually not sure which is more of my total DPS. If I can only upgrade one, yeah, I'll have to think about what I want to do with that in a second. Let's finish looting this this map first. Identify. And write that down.
What can I do for you?
Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that.
Time is nothing.
No. Go here. And these go here. Someday they'll implement more tabs that just do the right thing. Probably look at support gems first. Yeah. Let's grab the rest of our shit, and then we'll look at that. What does disenchant give? You get a shard for a currency item. Magics give you a shard of either a transmutation or an augmentation orb. I can't remember which. Where a shard, 10 shards make one of the item. And rare disenchants give you a shard of a regal orb. So neither gives you much of any consequence, to be honest. Regal orbs are decent in the campaign. If you find a magic item that's got good stuff for you, you can regal it into a rare so you can add more stuff. That's pretty much the best way to try and craft an item that's actually good for you during the campaign. Oh, that's right. That I was breaking down for stuff. Stuff with quality gives you quality items also. That's really nice. Quality and sockets give you currency items that add quality and sockets, which you'll want. The regal shards, yeah. Mainly, I carry it back to town because there's not really anything else for me to bother carrying back to town right now, and it doesn't take very much time. I'll probably stop at some point. Once I'm, like, all of my relevant gear is always going to come from, like, divine orb level drops, I would probably start filtering out pretty much everything. But this item filter isn't that aggressive, and it's not customizable the way that it would be if I was doing it through Filter Blade like PoE 1. So I'm just living with it for now. And if the rares are dropping, I pick up rares, I pick up things with quality or sockets to break down. That's also something I realistically could probably stop doing, because I've got enough to put 20% quality on everything that matters. And I've got enough to add sockets to everything that matters, but I've been doing it habitually for a while. I'll probably stop at some point. Yeah, let's look at support gems, because that's a big, big upgrade to my damage. Gems. Show me the money. Okay. So for lightning arrow, we've got 25% more elemental damage, chain +1 times, and penetrate 30% lightning resistance. What was I using on lightning rods? Right, lightning exposure, 100% more chance to shock, and additional projectiles. So the lightning rod bursts are my source of shock, which is important. And then this skill, I would just want whatever adds the most DPS. I was considering trying Electrocute on this, but I think I was finding that it just wasn't building up a consequential amount. Things that mattered, or things that were small, were dying before they got electrocuted anyway, and it wasn't enough build-up to matter on rares and uniques, but I could try it again and double-check that. Go show me all gems that I can use in lightning. Projectile lightning. Actually, I've already made most of the gems that I care about, I'm pretty sure. Okay, yeah, so I've got Electrocute. I'm already using chain. Innervate. Right. That's pretty good. That's pretty good if I'm killing packs of guys. That doesn't really do anything if I'm fighting a boss that doesn't have ads, because I won't be getting kills during the fight. Lightning Infusion. Yeah, I could do that. I think I do actually have a little bit of cold and fire. And I do get a little something from them, because if I happen to score an ignite or a freeze, I have something that gives bonus damage per ailment that's on the target, I think. Somewhere. Am I crazy? I thought I had that. Is that just something I could have taken but haven't? It's like that. Those are some decent nodes, actually, but that's not per ailment. Should keep that in mind. That might be worth going to. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I didn't take something that's plus damage per elemental ailment. Oh, no, okay. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, 50 for each type. So the little ignites and freezes actually do give me a damage buff. Although I suppose reducing that damage doesn't reduce the chance of the ailment being applied, I don't think. Just the magnitude of it. So there's that. That's just more lightning damage. More mobility. That's probably not something you can afford on your main DPS skill if it doesn't do anything else for your build. Overcharge on Lightning Rod. I don't remember what overcharge is. I will look at that in a moment. It doesn't really do anything. So I don't know if momentum works. If I drop lightning rods and then step 2 feet to the left, do they do 40% more damage the whole time they're down? Does that still count as during a single use? I don't know. If that works, that's a lot of additional damage on the lightning rods. Magnitude of shocks, less shock duration could be good for the lightning rods. I think that's for skills that move you. Supports any damaging skill that you use yourself, causing it to deal more damage if you move a sufficient distance while using the skill. Yeah, I'm gonna assume... I'd have to look that up. Like, it doesn't cost me anything to put a thing in it and try it, but it's not necessarily going to be very easy for me to tell if that interaction is actually working. That doesn't do anything for this. That I don't want. Okay. So I could try Electrocute buildup. Lightning damage in exchange for reduced fire and cold. This, if it works, is pretty good. And magnitude of shocks is pretty good. The shock duration is a trade-off that matters a bit against, like, bosses who I don't necessarily have shocked all the time because they have a higher threshold. They'll get shocked less. But I could try this out and see if I'm having trouble keeping shock on things. And if I am, just switch to something else. And obviously, magnitude of shock is very powerful as a damage multiplier. Shock, for those who don't know, is a debuff that just applies a flat percentage increased damage taken on the enemy for its duration. And the baseline is 20%, but the higher the magnitude of shock, you can get extra. What's your spirit skill? My spirit skills right now, I have a total of 163, so I've got 3 auras running with a variety of supports. Herald of Thunder with all of the life regen skills. More life recovered from flasks, more life recovered on kill, regenerate 1% per second. Wind Dancer with these don't add, or this adds spirit, yeah. Increased accuracy and a tiny, almost inconsequential little buff to the damage proc it can do. And then Ghost Dance with a skill duration down, so it procs more often, and just mana. So, Ghost Dance, Wind Dancer, Herald of Thunder, and then a bunch of life recovery, accuracy, and mana recovery. There are not a huge number of different ones of these that are at all useful for me, so I'm kind of using just virtually all of the ones that are remotely useful. You have cast on shock. Yeah, I don't think is there a cast on shock in this one yet? Cast on... No, wait. How do those work in this one? I think those are actually spirit skills now. All gems. Cast on... Oh, okay, there is, yeah. Right. 2 energy per power of enemies you shock. Yeah, I haven't rationalized this against my build. I could try this, but I'm pretty happy with the ones that I have right now. These are all pretty helpful. The Ghost Shroud and Wind Dancer are a very large component of my survivability. And the Herald of Thunder is a big buff to my damage because of this. Yeah, it's a total 74% increased damage. And it also gives me the ability to play around a little with reduced reservation. I could try that out at some point, but right now I'm happy with what I've got in that regard, I think. So I think I'm just going to go ahead. I don't think these are massively rare, so I'm not going to obsess over it too much. I've got some clearer choices for the lightning rods than I do for the arrow, I think. So I am going to go ahead and use this on lightning rod. Or not. Do I have to get this out of my stash first? Skills. Bip. There we go. And let's, let's try this. Let's see if this, with 100% more chance to shock, let's see if I'm able to keep shock up on unique enemies acceptably well. Because if so, 75% magnitude is a big, big bonus. And we've already got all our shit out of there. So, let's go to another. Raised a barn on Monday, soon I'll raise another. Think you're really righteous? Think you're pure at heart? Well, I know I'm 1,000,000 times as humble as thou art. It's Amish Paradise by Weird Al Yankovic. I just realized I don't know what Al is short for. Is he Weird Albert? Is he Weird Alan? These are the questions. Weird Alejandro? Probably not. Albert, I believe. Weird Alonzo, also possible. Alfred, yeah. Ooh, something just fucked me in the face. Yikes. Get out of here. Get out of town. TOS. I put a language warning on my streams now. The people know what they're getting.
Thunderous shot.
I can't really tell yet. It's probably going to take a map boss or other large health pool unique for me to be able to tell whether my shock, chance, and duration are still good enough. Ooh, my shocks are for plus 50% damage now. Ooh, that is a spicy meatball. Damn, does that really... Do I have a total of 150% more? And that's without my mark. That's a big boy. Give me that. Couple of snaky boys. This area is very snake core. A big snake. Ooh, okay, map boss over there. Oh, okay, yeah, I think I've fought the map boss. I think the map boss of this one is Donkey Kong again. Ow. Oh, with my mark, the shock is for 72%. I mean, it looked to me like I was able to keep it up on that guy for most of the time I was fighting him, like once I had it established. The next thing I'd probably want to... I keep trying to find a way to get Electrocute working in this build, because there's a whole bunch of nodes that look like they could add up to a very potent electrocuting enemies, getting you frenzy charges, and then spending the frenzy charges build. There's a ton of frenzy charge buffing nodes that I have passed up. I forget, do I have to, like, walk? Oh, there's a not real door. Ah! Hello, sir. You're just gonna immediately do that, huh? I need to take a drink. Mark? He's like stunned or something? I did run out there before I got my Superman down. I got the X 5%. Right. It's pretty good. Pretty good. couple more points, and I can take the node that makes my mark also do... The marked enemy takes 10% more damage, which will stack multiplicatively with anything that's increasing my damage, so that's pretty good. I'm not sure if mark spec is going to be worth it, but in general, my build is not as good at single target damage as it is at, you know, creating a field that can do a bunch of bounces and kill a group of guys, so I've been trying to kind of focus a little more on tree nodes that will be good when I'm fighting a guy. Because those are often the most difficult encounters. That's not... Wait, hang on. Ooh, 124% increased physical damage. 130 to 208. I mean, so if it had the same quality and runes as this, it would be higher base damage. Not a very good fire damage mod, though. Yeah, I'd have to roll like a good lightning damage mod on that as well. And the projectile, damn, that's like close to being good enough to consider. I might want to try and sell that. And disenchant everything else. Crossbows, not for me, thanks.
Time is not on our side.
I don't know if anyone will want this, but we can give it a shot. One Exalted Orb. Oh, I have some of these that the wrong type of currency. I don't want alchemy orbs for any of this. There we go. Okay, boop bop, beep bop, orb bop, bim, and these. Back we go. Ah, we going down to Riverside. It's just back the way we came, more or less.
Nowhere to run.
Last one is back this way somewhere. I'm starting to have some issues with my mana, as you saw on that boss, where I was fucking chugging mana flask like I was a desperate alcoholic. Because my main way of recovering mana is not through the passive regeneration, but through a mana restored on killing something mod on some piece of gear I have, maybe my bow. So, when there's just one guy and I'm pumping damage into him but nothing's dying, I go through mana pretty fast. I may need to do something about that at some point. Luckily, most of the really properly hard bosses that have, like, a bunch of boss mechanics and stuff tend to have some aspects of, like, downtime, or time where either when you, like, can't hit the boss, or for other, you know, you're having to engage with other mechanics, but that either way, where you're not really punished for stopping throwing skills out for a little while. And so I can recover a little mana then, but it's not great. I don't really have a way to make it sustainable without kills, unless I pick up, I don't know, Mana Leech, which I don't really, that's not a stat that I really want to invest in. Mana Leech, Mana Regen, all that stuff, pretty marginal. I think I mostly just have to hope that my flask can carry me through. Yeah. I haven't had a boss yet in recent times where I have like run out of mana flask and just been like, well, now I can't do anything.
Until next time.
What is it? Go.
Okay. And that, and this. How many more do we need? 2 more? Yeah, we'll do 2 more tier 9 maps, and then I'll probably call it for a while. Get up and stretch and do something else. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh. Do-do-do-do-do. Lightning. Or rare mon. That's fine. Ooh, yeah, let's do the Forge. This is another one that uses a tile set that's not in the campaign yet. Man, a leech. Something you don't want to say looking through your trick-or-treat bag. What a fun and quirky prize to give out on Halloween, though. It's very, like, atmospheric for the holiday, I feel. Answer the door in your plague doctor costume and hand out live actual leeches to children. I bet at least some of them would think it was fucking rad. There is your leader. Oh, there he is. Okay. Well. See, what did I say earlier? When those worms come out at the same time, you can get hit with a big spike of damage.
Yes.
One must.
Well, that's unfortunate. Also returning, I got a tier 9 Waystone from the very beginning, so at least I didn't lose a map on that. However, returning from the first game, no one's favorite mechanic, fucking experience loss on death. Alright, well, this lost its modifiers, so there's not really any point in redoing Forge. I guess... oh, this I haven't done yet. This has all the mods. Try Blooming Field. Let's get that bloomin' onion. The leeches got their revenge. They did. I would say I was, like, too cavalier, and maybe that's true, but, like, those guys are not even easy to see. Because they spend so much time underground, it's very easy to visually lose track of them and just, like, not even be aware that they are around and still actively a threat. Like, you need to be getting ready to dodge roll instantly. And there's not really a visual cue that they're about to pop up. It's just, like, a certain amount of time after they go underground. So, I take it back. Maybe that's my least favorite type of monster. The little, like, you know, fuckers who dance around at range and annoy you are a nuisance and a waste of time, but they're not very likely to kill you. Those worms can fucking get you, as you just witnessed. If they're rares with mods, and if there are 2 of them. I can't hear the music very well because I've got it down pretty low, but what I am picking up of the BGM here feels very like Diablo 2 Tristram. Yeah. One of the most Diablo 2 sounding tracks in the game that I've picked out so far.
Charged arrow.
Ah, stop. Get away. I don't want you in my face. I did not invite you to my birthday party, let alone my wedding. Never played a Diablo. We're not a Diablo. That's fair. There's plenty of people played and or still play Diablo 3 and 4, but kind of when it was like the undisputed king of its genre that like pretty much everyone who played it liked and spoke well of was the Diablo 2 era, which was like 1999, 2000, maybe 2001. I don't remember exactly when it released, but it was around then. It was after StarCraft, which I believe was 1998. He fucking juked my explodey beam! He jumped! He dodge rolled out of the way! A taste of my own medicine. I've heard that everyone loves 2, which is why this game exists. Pretty much. I don't know what the development timeline of this game was, but based on when it came out, the storyline that people took out of it very much was, or not this game, but the first Path of Exile. The storyline that came out of it very much was Meteor Man begs to differ. Judging by the hole in the satellite picture, the ice we skate's getting pretty thin. Oh, it's the shrine. Wait. Fucking stop. Okay, there. Jeez. The storyline that everyone took away from it was, oh, Path of Exile 2, you know, if people were really down on Diablo 3, they would say, like, oh, you know, Path of Exile is Diablo 3 if it were good, or, like, Diablo 3 done right, which is probably a little reductive. But Path of Exile definitely came across as Diablo 2 if it was made, or Diablo 3 if it was made more specifically for fans of Diablo 2. Because many people who loved Diablo 2 did not like some of the design choices made in Diablo 3. Many of them didn't like the auction house. Many of them didn't like the degree to which characters were just, like, fungible. Like, none of their skills were locked in. Basically, you could just respec however much you wanted all the time. A lot of them didn't like the gear and stats. And thought it was very WoW-like, in every character kind of having a god stat. That was what they wanted above all else. You know, like your int strength kind of stuff that was just like the stats in WoW, where your primary stat is like always the one that matters the most. Or just for other reasons didn't like the gearing, or didn't like the story. I don't think the story was very good. On the other hand, I don't think anyone really played any of the Diablos for their story, first and foremost, so that criticism always rang a little disingenuous to me. The story was thrust more in your face, I suppose. The storytelling in the first 2 Diablos was, especially the very first Diablo, I don't think even had any cutscenes in between starting the game and, like, an ending cutscene when you finished the game. And even Diablo 2 only had, like, 4 cutscenes, 1 per act. And so pretty much all the storytelling was done in-game, either environmentally or through optional little things you could read, or just small amounts of character dialogue. Diablo 3 for story had a lot more, like, in-engine cutscenes and stuff that annoyed some people. The story, yeah, I would say was not very good. But, you know, whatever. Shrug. Anyway, a lot of people were down on Diablo 3. Some people say it got Some people say it got really good after the expansions. And some people never forgave it. Okay, so I need to not be in his fucking cone of doom when that goes off. I don't recognize that enemy type from earlier in the game, actually. I don't know if I was just not paying attention or if it actually is an endgame exclusive enemy. Maybe that's a demon type of enemy. And it's only spawning because this map has demon bullshit. That would be a reasonable explanation, at least. No mana. You're being a little over dramatic there, dear. I think it got good personally. Yeah. I think it getting good is honestly the more popular, prominent, common opinion. Famous thing disliker sounds like I should be queuing up Jello there, who is more of a famous thing disliker, but I was gonna say famous disliker Will Sop, who actually likes a lot of things also, but when he doesn't like something, he does not in any way disguise or soften his disdain. Famous thing disliker Will did come around on Diablo 3 after, I think, not really liking it on release, so at least one skeptic was satisfied. But yeah, to circle all the way back, yeah, Path of Exile came out in 2012, very soon after Diablo 3, and so a lot of the Diablos, as you said, got on that bandwagon if they didn't like Diablo 3 and wanted a Diablo 3 that played more like and felt more like Diablo 2. Speaking of, I played some StarCraft this week. Amazing how much easier the campaign is when you are not a child and know to build more than 7 workers, yeah. Yeah, no, StarCraft's campaign is probably not that difficult, but it is pretty hard when you're a child. The only, I was not able to do most of the campaign without cheating as a kid. When I went back to it as, not really an adult, but much older, like as a teenager, I was able to finish the original StarCraft campaign with no real issue. I was not able to finish the very last campaign mission of Brood War. I could not macro well enough. I had the same thing in when I went back many years later and replayed the Warcraft 3 single-player campaigns. In as far as I was able to finish base game, no problem. And I could not quite finish the last mission of Frozen Throne. And honestly, the two missions are very similar, and I failed at them for similar reasons. They're both basically, you start with a shitty little base in the middle of the map, and there are 3 large, well-equipped enemy bases of different factions, sort of, all gunning for you. And so it really tests your ability to properly macro. And in the case of Frozen Throne, also to micro, since you have to make good use of your heroes. But, like, turtling up with, you know, automated defensive buildings and such, which can do you fine on most campaign missions, is just really hard to do on those. Because you are starting so far behind, you can be attacked from so many different directions. And the enemies all take full advantage of their capabilities. So, like, the final Zerg mission in Brood War, you've got ghosts coming in and targeting nukes at your static defenses from out of range. You got battle cruisers coming in and firing Yamato cannons at you from out of your static defense range. So you have to be on the ball with, like, science vessels to go and detect and irradiate ghosts who come to nuke you, and ghosts to lock down battle cruisers before they reach the range of your static defenses. Like, you have to really be on top of, well, in the Brood War case, you don't have science vessels and ghosts. I guess in the in the Brood War case, you have to have, like, scourges ready to go to throw at battle cruisers. You gotta have overlords ready to patrol out of range to detect incoming ghosts and things that can go up and kill them. And that's just hard. That's a lot to keep on top of. It's just very hard to stabilize. And I was not able to do it. And the Warcraft 3 one, if anything, might even be harder, because you've also got... You've got, I think, 2 heroes. I think you have Arthas and Anub'arak in the final Scourge mission in Frozen Throne. And your 3 enemy forces each have their own hero. You've got Illidan, Kael'thas, and Vashj, all with their own bases coming at you, and they come as heroes, and they might make other extra, like, generic named heroes as well. I don't remember for sure. So it's a lot. It's more than little Aram can handle, and even more than medium-sized Aram can handle. And yeah, and also Arthas starts out at, he's been losing levels all campaign, so he starts unleveled in that mission, and all the enemy heroes start at max level. So he doesn't do much until if you can stall for long enough, he can get his way back up. But it's not easy. When you get involved in Big Aram, I don't know. I'm gonna put it off for another couple decades, maybe. Retirement age, that'll be Big Aram. That's when I'll go back and beat all those intensive micromanagement focused games that are famously very easy to play at the age of 65. A bigger Aram. One more tier 9 map and we're done. Let's knock it out. And plagued monsters. Don't know what that means exactly. Okay. We've used most of our maps that have, like, multiple overlapping buffs. Oh, we've still got one over here. Okay, let's try this forge. See if we can get redemption for those leeches.
Return to death.
Forgot that it was New Year's Eve. I don't think I'm gonna do anything really after this other than maybe hang out with people on Discord. I'm gonna need a break from talking, so I'm probably, when I raid 6 after this, I'm probably not gonna... I don't know where 6 is, actually. I don't think it's an open invite thing anyway, but I would need a headphone and microphone break regardless. These guys are just shoving me every which way. Rude ass. To explode. People ready for Big Aram? I don't know that even I'm ready for Big Aram. If I hadn't already radically changed careers and moved several times in my life, I would probably be due for my midlife crisis before too long. As it is, I don't think I'm going to experience a traditional midlife crisis because I haven't just been autopiloting through doing the same thing my whole life up to, you know, from finishing school until now, which is usually the instigator of those things, the realization that one is near the middle of their life expectancy and hasn't... You know, that there's too many things they haven't done yet because they haven't made the effort to get the time towards those things or haven't been able to. I feel I'm doing pretty well in that regard. But it sure would be nice if I had as much time as I wanted to do all my shit. All the shit I'm interested in doing, because there's quite a bit of that shit. Something that rhymes with it. Take care of yourself, man. Give me a little slime pat on the head. I appreciate it. This year, I did spend some time over my my vacation contemplating my my goals for this upcoming year. So I know what I'm trying to get done. Oh, alright, well this was not worth backtracking for. I didn't know it was just a couple pots. I'll see some exciting new stuff for me this year, all things going in accordance with my plan. And some cooler stuff, not for a while yet. But there's something. It's coming. Someday. You're gonna see. I'll show you. I'll show you all. I'll show you all. Menacing, but also inclusive. Someday we'll find a regal orb for bigger Aram. Upgrade from a magic Aram into a rareum. Okay, I'm getting decent experience gains still. I thought it had fallen off a lot, but I think it's just because I died. Maybe you still lose. I don't know if you lose any during the acts. I didn't notice any experience loss during the acts. But at some point, maybe just on reaching endgame, you do start to lose 10% for death. Which is not a huge deal at the levels I'm at now. It becomes a pretty huge deal when you're in the 90s and hoping to eke out just a couple more passive tree points, but it takes many, many grindings to gain a level, and dying once can set you back like an hour's worth of progress. Do you lose your passives if you go down a level, or you just go into the negative in EXP? You cannot go to the negative in EXP. You can't D-level. They're not that archaic in their game design in this regard. If your bar has less than 10%, it just goes to 0 towards its level up. So no, you can't fuck yourself quite that badly. It did lead to, is Path of Exile 2 multiplayer? You bet your bippy. You can party up with people and go into the areas together. You can always see other players in town areas. And if you are in a party with someone, you are guaranteed to go to the same instance of that town as them, so you'll be able to see them in town. And you can be in a party with people to actually fight stuff if you choose. I don't know how the level syncing and such works, if that is a thing in this game. I don't really know if it was in the first game either. For whatever reason, I tend not to enjoy playing Diablo-likes in groups, because I guess I feel very strongly that I want to be able to experience the game at my own pace and at my own discretion. So I don't like to have another person that I have to keep track of and, like, make sure that I'm not slowing them down and make sure that we're going the same way and stuff like that. I don't find it enjoyable. Which is a shame, because otherwise, the design of these games is quite accommodating for group play. But it is just not for me. It's playing Monster 404 Ultimate with friends. Yeah. Monster Hunter is another one I have not played in groups. That one might actually, if I got the chance, might be one I would try as a group. Because that's one that I actually find kind of frustrating to play solo. I tried Monster Hunter World and bounced off it very quickly, and then I tried it again much more recently. Didn't bounce off, but didn't play very long in the end either. I got about, like, 8 campaign missions deep, and just decided I wasn't enjoying the core gameplay enough. I didn't feel very competent at the combat. And in a game like that, if I don't feel like I'm playing it well, I tend not to enjoy myself. And too many of the bosses were just a little too frustrating. And I feel like that might actually be... Those concerns might be mitigated if I was playing in a party and, we could use group tactics like having someone distract the monster while I try and get, a chain of attacks off or whatever. There were times trying to 1v1 the bosses that it felt like the bosses were just doing shit constantly that made it impractical for me to try and do most of my cool stuff. And when I saw people who were really good at the gameplay, it appeared that the way you dealt with that was by knowing the monster's attack patterns well enough that you could use the kind of like backsteppy countery biz to like, you know, dodge out of a hit mid-combo. And I was like, how would I ever get the timing for that to work out for me when so many of these moves have such long periods of hit stun? It seems insane. Clearly people are capable of doing it, but I don't know that I am. Alright. One last Windows error noise for the road. Yeah, we've full cleared this level. We've completed our tier 9 maps. You gotta learn how to not get hit, then you can attack back. Yeah, which is like the point of the game, I suppose. You know, coming to understand your different opponents until you've mastered a particular one and you know its dance really well and you can feel very clever and accomplished dancing around it and dodging its attacks while getting in damage. That makes sense. I think I just didn't have the patience to reach that point with most bosses. Whoa, +4 to level of projectile skills. Unfortunately, the base damage on this is not good enough. Yeah, I'd have to roll another really good physical damage mod on this. That would be quite something if I did. How far behind is this in DPS? How much does the projectile skills make up? Not much. Not anywhere near enough. Okay. Even if I put quality and stuff on this, this would not be anywhere close to this. Shame. That's another one it might be worth putting on here, I suppose. +4 is a lot. Maybe someone will give me a Exalted Orb for that. Do-do-do-do-do. 1.
Yes.
Haha! 1! There. Yeah, everything else we put into stash. Do. And these all go here. And we can put in our Atlas points. Oblivion Breeze, my favorite Warrior of Light name. Oh, before I forget, what was that rare one that I saw the other day and sent to Carl? Let's see. On my smaller laptop screen with shit graphics quality and frame rate, I can even more easily mistake rare monsters' names. The actual name was Shiverbiter, which I read as Shitfarter. Maybe I just wanted it to be Shitfarter, you know? Let's come over here. We want quantity of waystones still, I think. We're gonna go that, and we'll take Deadly Evolution with our next 2 points. Alright. Tier 10 plus. Getting closer on this, getting closer. I don't know when this turns into something more interesting, or if it does. If this is just, you get all your points doing your up through, you know, tier... Is it 16 still? How many Atlas points are there? 6 more? 10, 11, 12, 13... Okay, so I guess only up through 15 has this quest. And then at some point I gotta find these 3 placey places and go back and do whatever the fuck this is. And I believe that's all max level stuff. Why are we here, Alva? Just to suffer?
Hello.
Why are we here, Alva? Just to exchange currency? Yeah, okay. I think that's where we'll stop for now. And I will get up and give my butt a rest. And... maybe get something to eat. Eat some of my leftover beans and rice from lunch. I had some really good Mexican for lunch. From a takeout place. Gave me a little... They give you... They package up the meal as a little kit. It comes with... You got your beans, you got your rice, and you got a bunch of grilled chicken with vegetables and sauce and cheese on it. And they give you 4 little tortillas to wrap up and kind of make your own. It's it was really good. And I've got beans and rice left over. It was a lot of food. I'll go do that, maybe. Mayhaps. Yeah. Okay. And before I have a chance to forget, let me go and look and find 6.
I have a fascination.
Yep. The stream is still loaded, in fact. Let's find out together what 6 has a fascination with. We are going to go ahead and conduct a little raid here. There we go. Streaming Return of the Obra Dinn. So enjoy. I'm going to send you over there. And have a Happy New Year, everyone.